What's going on, my sweet, beautiful people? How the heck are you? I hope you are good. I hope you are well. I hope you are ready for more shenanigans, as we say. Marsteller, I wasn't sure about the character out of the gates. I feel like it worked out pretty well, you know? I think it worked out pretty well. It's different enough from what we normally do with the Giants, you know? To have a character that looks like this. His belly is so big, his arms glitch through it. Certainly a choice, isn't it? It's certainly a choice. Hockey Kid, what's up, Sammy? Hello, hello. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. It was a chill Saturday. A chill Saturday. Once you get the pop-up, are you gonna go? Yeah, no kidding, right? That pop time is really low right now. It's at a 40, I think, and we're feeling that. We are feeling that. Oh, that's right. This crashed right at the very end. Who'd we get drafted by? Tampa. Twice. We got drafted by Tampa twice. Once at 18, then we went to college for 4 years, and we got drafted by him again. Beezy, what's up? We're doing good. How are you? Oh, this team is still gonna suck. Was that the fun of Waluigi? Catcher's ideal, even if you have a shitty batting game, stealing stuff. Right. Yeah. I mean, I felt like catcher's the most interesting one, right? Like, it's probably more interesting trying to gun people down. I mean, maybe shortstop or third base would be interesting too, but also shortstop with a 5'1" individual would certainly be interesting, wouldn't it? I think that's the problem with Road to the Show, is there's just too many elements that I would like to do and like to play. But, you can only do so much. You can only do so much. I watched Mills and the pitching stuff about drawing lines was insane. Elaborate? Because I did not get to see it. I always have issues like the same 5 teams drafting me. Well, I suppose it depends on what position, right? Ranchers challenging only acquire females might be possible. Yeah, Sam, it might be. It might be. I haven't messed around with that setting, but it might actually be possible, yeah. I don't disagree. We'll call that one the Pissing Off Twitter franchise. Welcome to the Pissing Off Twitter and Reddit franchise. So, pitching works in some modality. Draw figures for pitch. I don't know. I'll have to watch his stream back and see what the thoughts were. I got drafted by the Rangers who the show to trade him into the Rockies. Oh man, if you're a batter though, going to Colorado is the dream. Eric, what's going on, man? How are you? All right. I think we're good. Hard to explain. Yeah. Like I said, I'll have to watch the stream back and see what's up. Power hitting first baseman. There you go. That's the dream. I think that's why Torf was so successful back in the day, is we ended up in Colorado and we were just we were hitting dingers for fun back then, weren't we? Oh, so Marcel, you're just talking about pinpoint pitching, I think. Which, yeah, pinpoint's been in the game for a couple years now. All right. Let us get down to business because, well, we have another draft to choke. We don't have the first overall pick. We do have the second. 2 years in, my drafting has left quite a bit to be desired, but I do still think our team's looking decent, given that we're trying the slow and steady approach, right? So our pitching staff, it is Shane Smith, who is only 27 at this point. But yeah, so I mean, we have Shane Smith, Noah Schultz, now 24 years old, 75B potential. Summers, I hope you feel better, but good to see you. Ender, what's up, by the way? Shout out to Trent for 120 streams in a row. That's nuts. We got Sean Burke. We got quite a few Massachusetts boys on this team. Hell yeah. We got Sean Burke rocking a 78. Hagen Smith at a 75. And Yeriksen Baez at a 73. It's not bad. I think it's Yeriksen. It might be Jetixon. Bought a car today. Congratulations on the debt, probably. Oh, bullpen. We have 74 overall long reliever Drew Thorpe. Juan Miea at a 75, $900. Oh, you bought a car. You bought a car. Absolute beater. No kidding. Good Lord. Yeah, you bought a car. $900. Whew. 77 for Emilio Pagan, 76 for Yariel Rodriguez, 73 for Jordan Leisure, and a 78 for Grant Taylor. So again, like I think we're looking okay. It's not great. We're still trying to develop. He bought a cardboard box on wheels. A 2005 Dodge Durango. What do you mean? That car is only like 10 years old. What do you mean it's 22 years old? Looks decent, runs well, drives well. That's not bad then. What the hell's the mileage? I'm intrigued. I'm not a car guy at all, but man, once you start talking about like, yeah, I bought this over 20-year fucking vehicle for $900, $275K. At least you didn't spend much on it then, right? At least you didn't spend much on it. Found some YouTuber today pulling your type of stuff. NBA required to draft the tallest, shortest person. Took him like 15 years to win a title. Have we done a height? Yeah, my Durango. Oh, God. I was going to say, yeah, you know, I wouldn't be surprised, right? I don't know fuck about fuck when it comes to vehicles. I have just never been a car guy at all, much to my dad's chagrin, but at least I'm a sports guy, so he's all right with that. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like some of those vehicles hold up a little bit better. Then again, half the time I still see people, especially around Maine, you'll see stuff from the freaking 80s and 90s still all the time. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, I mean, Marcelo, those type of runs are always fun, right? Someone in the comments trying to get into the David challenge, like the Peter challenge. And oh, God, good luck. Good luck. A buddy of mine has an 03 Jetta. It hit 500 kilometers last week. Jesus. Anyway, you've had time to look at the lineup while we've been shooting the shit about nothing, right? So, I mean, we'll see what the boys can do this year. We'll see. We will see. Got some rookies in the mix, so we'll get some time. And we'll see what happens. But the big thing for us, of course, I need to make sure is the trade hub. All right, we do have our guys on the block, including 17 million second baseman. Still trying to get that full-time third baseman. Marsteller, I'm happy you're excited for it. It has an oil leak, but it's fine otherwise. Aha! There's the catch. There's the catch. All right. Got the parts to fix it at least. Oh, okay. I mean, hey, not a bad deal then, right? Obviously, it's not going to last you forever, but not a bad deal. What do we want to do here? What do we want to do here? We do have the second overall pick. We need to make sure that we get it right. But maybe some general scouting for a couple of weeks might be the better way to go. I'm not sure what I want to do. Because we do still need that project first baseman. Please try to pay attention to what scouts are good at scouting what position. I mean, Puck Nerd, I normally do. I mean, I feel like I don't put Marcos Brandt on starting pitchers that often. Even then, I mean, it's a 70, you know? But I feel like I don't put him on starting pitchers all that much. But, you know, I made sure we got guys that are mostly good at high efficiency, and we're not really worried about discovery, at least in this particular challenge. Got Montgomery in right, Cunha in left. We got Beck. We don't really have that third baseman still. We got Carlson at second. It's really... It's pitching, it's first and third base. So we could do some general scouting in those positions first. So let's have him look at pitching. And then these two are going to be looking at the first base positions. Guess I hit my max to make it make it the fixed 5. NCAA, I got you. It's tough to hit those streaks, man. It's tough to hit those streaks. Can you determine draft class quality? I don't think you can in this game, actually, right? It's just, it is what it is. Which I don't hate. But yeah, to my recollection, yeah, it's just, it is what it is, basically. So, which again, I don't hate the idea of that, but I imagine some people do. JT Realmuto has been cap dumped for Geral Perez, who's actually not even that bad. Nope, I lied. That's a trade offer. I looked at it way too quickly. I mean, it would get rid of one of those second basemen, but honestly, that's not enough. Like, if we're gonna take on like a true $15 million cap dump for 37-year-old, 70 overall JT Realmuto, I need more back. Just happy you aren't hating the trade logic. I've been enjoying it so far, although I am kind of mad that the AI is trying to rip me off here. Right? Like, hey, do you want our old veteran for nothing? It's like, no. No, that's not what I want to do, actually. If you're getting fucking JT Realmuto off of your books, you can have Jacob Gonzalez. But you are also definitely giving me something back. I do know that they have that crazy third baseman that I've really wanted to get for a while now, but I don't think he'll happen in this deal. That's if they even kept him. They did, and he's untouchable, son of a bitch. No Juan Soto monster contract every trade attempt like last year. So far, no. Thankfully. Yeah, if we're going to take Realmuto, are we using the stand? Yeah, just straight up most recent live roster. No one, to my knowledge, had, at least when we started this the other day, no one had like a crazy custom roster out yet or anything like that, so. Okay, well, if I'm going to take on JT Realmuto, which I will do, I at least need some form of prospect back, even if they're not that good. The problem is they are just not looking to do that. Marcel or Spotify. Can't play the in-game soundtrack without DMCA issues. So this random closer, Phil McMahon, and this god-awful first base, or, yeah, we got this god-awful catcher. We got this god-awful, here, yeah, let's... I'll take JT Realmuto, but you are giving me some long shot prospects. That's the only way that's happening. You're clearing out $15 million bucks. You better give me something back. You better. Generational talent, still like 76, 81 overall with 99 potential. We've only seen one so far, and he was about a 78 overall. Yeah. All right, let's see. So starters, we'll go Central. First base, we'll go East and International. All right. They're really taking their time for the response. Considered some counter offers. We decided to hold off at this time. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Starting pitchers again. We'll go to the East. And now we are moving over to third base west, third base central. Ripley, welcome back. What's happening? We're actually over 500 towards the end of April. I'm kind of surprised. Starting pitcher international. Then we'll go East Stand International there. So I might still look at relievers, but for the most part, we are getting that general scouting in on the 3 biggest positions of need. And then we can take a look at the guys at the top of the board to try and fill in the blank since we have the 2nd overall pick. So, for example, catcher Grant Enriquez. You know what? I actually fucked up already in terms of the scouting because I meant to put Marcos Brandt with the position players. So, see, that time I did screw up. But also, I screwed up. We'll be fine. Buxton in center field. And Lenny Bravo in center field. All right, could be a good year for center fielders. We shall see. Mason, ooh, that's a big deal. Mason Miller, the 93 overall closer. Freddie Fermin, who is 32 and an 82. And Colby Allard, 3.8 mil, 71 overall last year, his deal. For Keaton McKee, who's a bit of a long shot third baseman. I mean, he's 21. Actually, that's not true. He's about 8 points away from being ready. He's going to be decent. He's going to be decent. Ramon Quintana's not bad either. And Henry Baez is okay. That is a pretty good deal for both. You get a major league caliber catcher. You get the closer, and indeed, Mason Miller is going back to the A's. I don't hate that deal. I don't. That is not bad at all. Eating frozen blueberries at 11 p.m. and living vicariously through you because I don't have the money for this. Everything's great. Oh, Ripley, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, but the blueberries sound delicious at least. All right, let's see. Who else do we have? Louis Anderle. We are going to scout out the guys at the top a little bit more, but let's look at Luther Hazel. Hands blue as fuck. Taker, a year older. Malcolm Brock, center, left, and shortstop. There we go. Barris, what's up, dude? What's up, what's up? Did you have pie for Pie Day? I did not. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Got through watching 2K10 Flyers. Seriously, great watch. Seals, thank you for that. I had fun. I had a lot of fun. By the way, Orb, what's going on? And, yeah, sorry I missed that comment initially, Seals, on the YouTube side of things. Sometimes the chat is a bit weird. Shout out to Taker for the 31 months. You got 1 month to go, and then you're caught up.
Highly unnecessary.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that 2K10 playthrough. Like, obviously, I adore that game. It's not perfect, but it is arguably my favorite hockey game. And it's interesting because a couple years ago, people were being like, oh, then you should do like a full playthrough of a season in NHL. People didn't like that one as much. But I still have people be like, oh, man, that 2K10 playthrough, you should do that again. So I don't know if it's just a matter of the game is different enough or if it is that much more interesting to watch. You know? All right. Who else haven't we looked at really at all? Eugene Bean. Hell yeah. We can't look at the starters with this guy, though. Elvis Douglas. Whoops. Yeah, see, that's why I normally just do cancel assignment. It's better muscle memory. All right. We will still have to look at the other guys. Damn. Ace, thank you. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Now, let's get full info on Enriquez and Buxton. So that was catcher, center, and right. Again, we got the 2nd overall pick. We really don't want to mess it up. I have not had the best of luck so far. At all. Oh, again, Polly, what's up? We have a badass single-serving pie shop in town. I'm kind of jealous, honestly. Then again, my father-in-law is a tremendous baker, but there was no pie for the occasion today. All right, left, short, and starter. I'm assuming the White Sox are still terrible. I mean, what are we so far? 30-29? Like, we're not great, but we're not god-awful. You know, slow and steady progress, but we really do need to hit on these top picks. Hey, remember when we were going to get Gage Jump and then the game crashed? But veteran Michael King for younger Gage Jump. It's a good deal. Padres and Athletics continue. They continue to make trades here. Oh, yes, my son has his learner's permit, so he's always on our ass to drive places. That's fair. It's good parenting, too, to just be like, all right, cool, let's go. Although, how often do you have a hold of the little oh shit handle, you know, in the passenger seat? What time is Revolution tomorrow night? I think it's, like, the pre-show, I think, is 7, even earlier, Hulk, so it's going to be a long show. I don't even know if I'm going to watch it. I'm probably going to prioritize making sure that we stream, because as much as I love AEW, goddamn, man, those pay-per-views, as good as they are so fucking long. All right. We're still hovering around 500. I don't know if that's good or bad in the grand scheme of things here. Like, on one hand, it's bad because we need higher draft picks. On the other hand, I haven't been able to draft worth a damn so far in this game. It's not 5 hours. This isn't even an AEW pay-per-view. It's true. The Rock likes all kinds of pie. To the point he put out a song about it. Brenton Doyle has been traded to Baltimore, along with Patrick Sandoval's monster contract, Victor Vodnik, and Justin Lawrence, primarily for Lazaro Montez, Nate George, and Ike Irish. Not a bad deal. Again, it's a lot of shedding of salary for Colorado. Baltimore gets Brenton Doyle. I don't hate it. Like I said, I keep looking for trades where I'm like, what the fuck is that? It hasn't happened. 80s, dude, that is the third trade between the Athletics and the Padres. Jeremiah Estrada, 86 overall reliever, for a 25-year-old starter who is Major League caliber, C potential. Yeah, I mean, again, a bit of a salary dump for the Padres once more. You know, probably find more of an issue with that one, but even then, I'm like, yeah, okay, makes sense. I learned he's freeze on the fight, flight, or freeze, which is scary as hell when he gets to a yell and all of a sudden hits the damn brakes. Stops in the intersection, freaking out about what to do. Oof. That is, that's a bit scary. That's a little bit scary, I'll give you that. I don't even necessarily have advice. Catcher first and left. He's getting better, but scary as hell. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even necessarily have advice that you probably wouldn't even have yourself in terms of just being like, hey, here's what to do instead, because that's a bit rough. Sean Murphy and, wow, that Gary Sanchez contract is aging terribly. For pretty good center fielder Rob Sinclair and a decent shortstop in Ibanez. That's the Pirates buying. It's 2 good prospects for Sean Murphy, who's still very good. Well, he's struggling this year, but he should be good. He's an 87, so not bad. Just waited to hit this point for AW and skip to the stuff I don't have an interest in. That's fair. That is fair. All right. Let's see. We got 2 more weeks of scouting here. Let's look at Rondell Williamson. Then again, if that's a closer that is projected to be that good, then I think we know if he's available in the second round or so that we take him. So let's look at catcher Rich Castaneda. So 2 catchers and a first baseman. We'll go that way. How much do you have stored in the Dad Stories memory bank between Finland, Vancouver, Kakalaki, among other events? Quite a bit. Quite a bit. I mean, obviously, like, you know, I think back to those trips, and again, you will know this, like, I'm not like, oh, yeah, dude, the fucking parties in Vancouver and shit. Like, no. Like, again, I've told the story before. The first time I went to Vancouver for an EA NHL event, they gave everybody a small stipend to say, hey, in case you're missing work to be here, we're going to try to help you a little bit with that. For quite a few people, it was, let's go to the fucking casino, boys. And I'm like, I'll go, sure. This was the night before we had to fucking go home. So that was scary for me as someone who was like, oh my God, I got to get to the airport and I got to do this, I got to do that. I took out $100 of this stipend, did not gamble a cent of it. It wasn't even my own fucking money. Didn't gamble a cent of it. Gave it all to my Uber driver as a tip on the way to the airport the next day. He hugged me. So, like, you know, that's my story, is why gamble when you can make an Uber driver's day, you know? That's my dad's story. Party in Vancouver? No. Be financially responsible if you can. Did we get the first overall pick again? We have the second. Just happy he's never even considered looking at his phone. That's fair. That is fair, Marsteller. Vancouver's too expensive to party in anyway. Yeah. But again, like, just that idea of just like, I can't even gamble with somebody else's money, for God's sakes, let alone my own. I'm like, look, I can pay the bills with this. So, I don't know. I don't know. All right. Our final week of scouting. Second overall pick. We need to make the most of this. Williamson, we know, should be good. We got quite a few starters coming up here. In which case, this guy that is scouting is not the best at looking at starters. I am interested in Brian Young, though. How bad is Casey's roster to be worse than us? I can look in a minute, actually. So, Williamson, I'm confident, would be good. I mean, if a closer's projected top 10, like, at least for us, or 19th, like, he's going to be good. Perez on 60%. I want to look more at Young. Trying to see if there's anyone else who has a projected overall that's higher. Another closer, Boris Travis. Boris? People are still naming their kids Boris. Wasn't Boris the name of the grandfather in Rugrats? Or am I confusing that because they made borscht? Anyway. All right, we do have a second baseman here, Jesus Rivera. Let's look at that guy. And then the other starters that we were interested in. Brian Young, certainly. And Boris Travis, again, we can have confidence is going to be good. It's like a Thomas Cornell. All right. I had a friend of mine who moved to Vancouver with his fiance at the time, and then about 3 months into it, she broke it off with him, and he had 9 months on lease on a 2-bedroom. Oof, yikes. Yeah, Vancouver is Vancouver is a gorgeous city, but my God, expensive. Juan Soto has been traded to Boston. 29 years old, 98 overall.
Here comes a pizza, see it?
$51 million contract for 12 more years. And thank you to Catcher for the 77 months. He's still here. For Carlos Chavez, who's a decent second base prospect with that A potential. Tim Emerson, who's a really good closer. And Trevor Story's cap, which is up at the end of the year. That, again, screams the Mets trying to get out from under a big contract. They did, though. Compared to the Mike Trout deal, this is better. Because, again, like the Angels traded Mike Trout to the Mets and got back a shortstop that the Angels didn't even keep. This, they are getting 2 usable players. And, of course, an abundance of salary space. I don't hate this. Like, yes, the idea of like, oh, they traded Juan Soto already. Like, I get that, but you can't stop the AI from doing that. I do think the return makes sense. It's not just like a C-level prospect in Trevor Story. They got usable pieces. And they're getting that salary relief. Red Sox are in a war right now with basically everybody in that division. The Mets are bad. The Mets are bad. 41-53. I mean, for the Red Sox getting Juan Soto, I mean, they did already have Roman Anthony and Jarren Duran in left. Okay, so I will say for the Red Sox, it might not make the most sense given that they have Anthony, they have Duran, Rafaela, and Wilyer Abreu. But, I mean, obviously, you know, subsequent move could happen. Hopefully it does. If we look at the deal for the Mets, I mean, they still have Trout, they have Ewing, Carson Benj. And we know that they were struggling a bit. Some of those key players are older. I definitely think you can find fault in it. That said, in real life, if a player like Juan Soto is available, you do it and then figure it out from there. So this might deserve more of an incomplete for the moment. Plus, Rafaela can play the infield. Like, Romy Gonzalez could take a seat. Willie Adames is still there, too. I know the AI can't do this, but they did acquire Trout last year and probably should have flipped him instead, probably. We'll keep an eye on the Red Sox to see if they do anything else. But that brings us to the 2028 draft. Again, we have the 2nd overall pick. Number 1 guy on our board is apparently the 17th ranked first baseman, Matt Henley, who, damn good contact hitter and pretty good power. Seth, this is year 3 now. But that's pretty much all he is a bat. Can also play catcher in right field. Then there's the number 1 projected Grant Enriquez, who, yeah, he is like the ultimate defensive catcher. The arm strength, the fielding ability. He is, in theory, we said this about a certain third baseman last year, but in theory, a Gold Glove catcher. Then there's left fielder Luther Hazel. Great contact, fast as hell, super well-rounded. Not the best defensively. Super well-rounded, though. Shortstop Howard Holton. Not amazing in anything except for the speed and the arm strength. But not bad. Buxton. Center field. This going to have great reaction time. Fielding, not so much. Doesn't have the best arm. Not the best bat. I don't like him. Which means he'll probably be the best. Shortstop Malcolm Brock is guaranteed apparently to be a B potential. I don't necessarily like him that much either. What about starter Ward Bennett? Right? Like, it's fine. Doesn't look insane at all. Anderley apparently has injury issues. I wish he had a slightly stronger arm. I might consider taking him. And then Rondell Williamson at closer, and then we fall a bit further back. Paul Perez doesn't really look that good. Brian Young? Only 55% scouted, though. But what's there does look good, but he has a starter with just 3 pitches. That's not bad, though. What about Eugene Bean? No guarantee of an A potential. Aside from that dude Tampa drafted in year 1, these first few drafts have been mind-blowing. I don't disagree. Center fielder Lenny Bravo. What about Rich Castaneda? Obviously, we just take the other catcher. I can't say I'm enthralled by really anybody, which is kind of scary. But obviously, like Henley, Enriquez, I mean, Hazel, Holton, Buxton, Malcolm Brock. I mean, just to add all these guys to the board again, right? Because we pretty much know best player is probably the closer. Yeah, it's very true. All right, let's see. So one more look here. Matt Henley is a first baseman. There's a bat to him. Overall is projected to be between a 55 and a 70. But 81 to 96 potential. Let's be honest, catcher right field isn't going to happen. He doesn't have the arm for it. Meg, welcome back. Glad to know you had fun. Enriquez, just pure defense. He can play right field. I mean, he can, but again, like that arm strength is just It's for me, at least. There's no way we take another defensive first player, right? 58 to a 70 overall. And an 82 to 94 potential. Hazel's a 58 to a 75 overall. 75 to 92 potential. Hazel does probably look like the most well-rounded. So many of these guys. Is anybody? The only guy projected to be above a 60 is Malcolm Brock, but we know there's no chance of him being an A potential. Like, we need to aim higher, right? Like, this guy, apparently, if our scouts are right, this guy doesn't have a chance of being generational. Man, I hate the disparity in potential. Why have scouts even though they don't do shit? Because baseball. That's just kind of the nature of the beast with baseball, is it is a crazy, crazy crapshoot, you know? So. Hulu's the Randy Orton of television, killing legends over and over. First Lizzie, now Buffy. I don't think we can go for Brock. I think we got to aim higher, which means he'll probably be the best. Ward Senate doesn't even have a chance of apparently being a 70. Anderley, 75, but no chance of an A potential. All right, let's get rid of Anderley. Let's get rid of Eugene Bean. You don't ever see busting on the franchise mode, really? Basically, yeah. NHL, you'll see a bust, but it'll be a dude with confirmed low 9 potential, and it's like, yeah, clearly. Clearly that dude is a bust. Every single one of these players has a floor in the 50s. Everyone except Ward Sennett has a chance of being at least a 70. So Ward, I hate to tell you, I think you're going to be out. We're down to these 6. I'm sure one of them will be off the board and be unavailable. Again, Henley is just a bat. That's it. Average injury risk. Sent to the sinus is bonus demand. Low injury risk. Another Mainer. Matt Henley. Could be 2 Mainers in a row. Unknown risk for Hazel. Unknown for the Canadian Howard Holton. Unknown for Buxton. Unknown for Brian Young. All right, so there's really no crazy injury concerns. Inadvertent main-only challenge. Not wrong. So, I mean, Henley, according to them, right, Henley and Enriquez are at least a guaranteed B. Can I trust that? Luther Hazel is probably the most well-rounded. Like, he's not looking to be below average in any way. And his contact is nuts. And there's also Howard Holton, 75 to a 92. Outside of drag bunting, which is apparently always going to be terrible. How long have you been masquerading as Tom Brady and running the Raiders? Their offseason looks like one of your rebuilds. I think I would have stuck the landing for the 2 first-rounders, though, for Crosby. Buxton, 74 to a 91. Crazy fielder. Average arm strength. Not the best at the plate. The Portland Lobster Sox. Then pitcher Brian Young. I don't know. I don't know who we want our top 2 targets to be. Because one of these guys will probably get selected first. And again, we have pick number 2, Derek Jeter. Number 2. Henley is a pure bat. Enriquez, straight up defense. Although is projected to have below average vision. He is pure defense. Henley, it's average batting at worst. Maybe below average power against righties. Hazel, average contact, bare minimum. But fielding-wise, power-wise, arm strength-wise, there's a chance it could all be below average. Same for Holton, a lot of possibilities of being below average. Same for Buxton, except for his fielding ability, his reaction time is crazy. And then Brian Young does not look to be a high strikeout pitcher at all. Clutch and home runs could each be low. His pitch break could all be terrible. Pitch quality could all be decent, though. Every single one of these players has a problem. Like, there truly is no guarantee here at all. Which means maybe we just go off of need. Which would be either Henley or Young. Like, we don't need as much help in these other positions, you know? The extra outfield help, probably, but trade it? Can't. I'm scared. The Washington Nationals have the first overall pick, and they take catcher Michael Chow. Well, that doesn't help our decision at all. Way off the board from Washington. Whew. So off the board. Good Lord. Oh, no. We got 4 minutes. You won't be the worst bust this year? Okay, maybe. They did reach last year or 2 years ago and were terrible. Again, like, Enriquez at catcher is going to be an outstanding defensive catcher, but average at best at the plate. Holton isn't the guy. Although, for Holton, he's kind of average at everything. Jack of all trades, master of none. Buckzone in center field. Jack of all trades in a way, but definitely defensive first. Why is Spice Rum and Diet Coke so good? Good question. They are good, though. Luther Hazel. Good at the plate, average defensively. He was also the one that might have had some injury trouble, apparently. Starting pitcher Brian Young. I do like the looks of him a lot. I'm a bit worried he only has 3 pitches. And then Matt Henley is just a pure bat. We didn't take a first baseman last year, and we kind of paid for it. First and starter are probably the 2 that we need the most. He was projected 11th on the MLB boards. Henley was projected 17th. Hazel 6th. Sohn 3rd. Holton 8th. Enriquez number 1. We did say we should probably just take the guy who's projected number 1, right? We did say that before. Age on Henley, he's young. He's 18. Yeah, all these guys are 18 to 19 years old. It's Henley for need, Enriquez because he was projected first. 82 to 94, 81 to 96. Don Henley. I hope I don't regret this. We're going for the first baseman. Oh, Matt Don Henley. Please be good. We just took 2 Mainers in back-to-back drafts in the first round. Oh, boy. And the 3rd overall pick is starting pitcher Paul Perez, who was projected 10th, who our scouts didn't like as much. Again, our next pick is 38th, and we'll see if a pitcher's still there. None of our guys are still there. Holton went 4th, Sohn 7th, Hazel 8th. Brock went 11th. Enriquez didn't go until 18th, which is nuts. Brian Young went 24th to Seattle. All right, so yes, the fucking closer, Rondell Williamson's still there. House money, baby. House money with that closer. It's got to be. Although, in fairness, Boris Travis is right there, too. So is right fielder Steven Winston. How many of these other dudes were projected as first rounders? Just these 4. So Rondell, only 10% scouted, but again, he was projected 19th. That outfielder, Steven Winston, we have 10% scouted. We just have no way of knowing. Was projected 21st. And then Boris Travis, 23rd. Yeah, we're taking Rondell Williamson. Welcome in, Rondell. Please be as good as advertised. Please. All right, round 3, we have a minute. And honestly, we might as well just try to trust. There is another closer, Coleman Good. And he fucking looks good, too, right? There's also closer, Sandy Cox. With a potential of a 91 overall, allegedly. We'll take another closer, Sandy Cox. Hell yeah. We did need bullpen help, so. Round 4. Projected to be undrafted starter Ronald Walsh. There's also Rhett Sewell. Sean Kennedy. Heath Carlson isn't that bad because of the overall. Grayson Gross. Alright, this one is also going to be pretty straightforward. We're going to go for Walsh. Aim high with a starter. Round 5, all those other dudes are gone. First baseman Dan Sheets, just to hope for the best. Felix Taveras. Manuel Mitra. Hunter Lance. Eric Rodriguez. Hello, Luther Gibbons. I'm just looking at potential here really quickly. I know we don't have that much time. Looking for higher potential or higher overalls. I think that's what we got for now. We could double down on first baseman. There's also a catcher there in Hunter Lance. Fuck it. 3 sheets to the win. Whoops, I removed him. Potential of a 57? Jesus. Well, it's going to be Felix Taveras then. Fuck it. It's fine. It's fine. And then final round. Presley, potentially a high potential. Anybody else? Nailed it. Well. If I didn't want to potentially take that reliever, I wouldn't have had him on my board, right? Presley or Ramirez. It's a third baseman regardless. Both of them are fucking horrific. So I'll go for Calvin just because the range is a bit better. Welcome in, Calvin. We'll see how we did. I'm not sure. I am definitely not sure. But we'll hope for the best. Invested in some help in the corners, some pitching help. We'll hope it worked. Home Run Derby is today. Gunnar Henderson, Aaron Judge, Michael Busch, Riley Green, Corey Seager, Ketel Marte, Francisco Lindor, and Taylor Ward. All right. So at the All-Star break, we have started to dip back down. We're now 43 and 54. Just 2 games above the Royals, who I never ended up looking at. So my bad there. But the Angels, Rangers, and Royals are all below us. As are the Cardinals, Rockies, and Giants. We're right there with the Mets and the Brewers, so. As expected, yeah, we're still not very good. But, let's see who we have for an All-Star. We have at least one. Whether they are deserving or not. Apparently Joe Ryan's going to be the starter there. It is not a pitcher this year. It's going to be a position player, and it's Munetaka Murakami, who has made the All-Star game for us. Probably just by default. And yeah, 18 home runs, 49 RBI, 862 OPS. Okay, that's not that bad. It's not too bad. All right. Hunter Barco has been traded straight up for Jazz Chisholm. Good old Chaz Chisholm. Again, that is a cap dump by Tampa. Moving $24 million worth of Jazz for a useful starter. That is a cap dump. I don't hate the idea that the AI is like, we need to move this fucking salary. Get it out of here. I don't hate it. All right. Data sign draft picks. Mr. Henley. Can we get you signed? Not immediately. Right. Yeah, we're pushing back towards 500 again. Mr. Henley has signed. What about Ronald Walsh? Declined. Smart salary management by the AI. Daniel, you did miss the draft, but you haven't missed the results of it because we still got to sign everybody. So, see, Rondell Williamson, those potential and overall ranges have really dipped, but he could still be pretty damn good. He has signed. And then Mr. Walsh has declined again. Can we just get Presley signed? Yes. All right. So our final three are in the mix there. That works. Some human GMs that could learn the concept from the AI, honestly. Ooh, big trade. So the Reds move starter in his prime, Andrew Abbott, 29-year-old starter Brandon Williamson, and a very cooked Travis d'Arnaud for very promising starting pitcher Andre Sizemore, another promising starter in Alan Ochoa, and a useful player for now in Spencer Arrighetti. I mean, they get younger, they get kind of equivalent players that are, you know, going to grow into being that level, so no critique. Watch your Oiler 5-year rebuild from a few months ago. Just watching reactions to the AI roster management and that compared to this is night and day. Well, you know, again, I'm not saying we've seen perfection here, but at least with a good amount of these moves, you can look at it and be like, oh, okay, I can see what the AI is thinking there. You know? Let's see. We have not. You should see the IRL Oilers. Yeah, fair. All right, Sandy Cox declines. We'll put him into that secondary role. Deadline's coming up. We have had nothing going on until now. Moises Chassé, a 24-year-old, 73 overall starter, and Morgan Andrade, a 23-year-old second baseman. For Billy Carlson, it was a promising shortstop, but has kind of hit a wall. Christian Campbell, who we know just isn't really going to pan out now. Like, we tried to give him a second chance after he declined and the Red Sox dealt him, but he's 25 now. He's only a 74. And then Jordan Leisure, who is on a decent deal. This is them basically going, hey, you want to get rid of Christian Campbell, don't you? We'll take Carlson and a useful reliever to do it. I mean, we'll give you an okay starter and like a depth at best second baseman to do it. I'm not that worried about getting rid of Christian Campbell. So I'm going to decline that deal. I don't even want to counter offer. At least the AI tries to actually sign and re-sign its good players. Imagine, right? All right. And we signed Sandy Cox. Not yet. Those two are going to be down to the wire. Trade deadline today, and really nothing has happened for us this year in regards to the deadline. And Christian Campbell is tearing it up in AAA. He's got a 344 average. I know it's cut off by the webcam. Yeah, there's definitely people here I'd like to trade, but nobody where I'm like, oh my god, they gotta go. So, unless there's somebody crazy out there on a trade block, particularly, well, I was gonna say particularly like a younger player. There was like Jose Palmero, but also we don't really have time to negotiate it now with it being deadline day proper, so nobody was really interested in what we had, and well, that is okay. But it is the deadline to sign our draft picks. Sandy Cox does get top priority here. Sandy Cox has signed. Felix Tavares has signed. Okay, so we did get our entire class. As we've learned. Save often. Save often. Todd, I was aware. I was aware. All right. So, third year in a row with at least a top 2 pick. Have we blown it? For the third year in a row. Will Matt Henley be good? 3, 2, 1. We finally did a good! Thank God! A 68 overall, a potential 18-year-old first baseman out of the wonderful state of Maine. He's got that lumberjack strength. He can pick blueberries like a fucking madman. Matt Henley. Yeah, look out, George Gore. Your status as the best player ever from this state. It's in a whole lot of trouble. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Next up. Okay, Rondell Williamson was not as good as advertised. He is a 72 overall out of the gates, but he's only a C potential. So, I mean, he's going to be a serviceable reliever, but he's never going to be like an all-star like he probably should have been. So that's a bit disappointing. But he's usable. Same for Sandy Cox. God, we got you baited by those closers. Holy shit. 71 overall, C potential at 18. So we got 2 useful closers or relief pitchers, but no future all-star. That starting pitcher, Ronald Walsh, is a B potential. At 51, he's only 18, so he's got plenty of time to develop. Felix Tavares, who was the auto pick, is bad. And Calvin Presley, the guy we took at the very end, 47 overall, A potential at 18 years old for a third baseman. So, all in all, Henley, Walsh, Presley, pretty good. Williamson and Sandy Cox are both serviceable. It's probably our best draft top to bottom so far. Just a shame neither of these two ended up being at least a B potential. Cox was pretty close. Cleveland with Julius Parker. That guy's a 58 overall, so he's solid. Gene Waldron's only a 52. Detroit, good lord. Awful in terms of high-end talent. Kansas City with Malcolm Brock, who is a 74. So as expected, the highest floor, but not the highest of ceilings. The first baseman, Angel Sanchez, is a 53. Jackie Blank's a 62. That's a pretty good draft for Kansas City. Not bad. Minnesota with starter Derek Chacon. 63 overall for him. Great player. I wish our scouts had found him. And then shortstop Andre Feliz is a 58. Okay. And Ramirez down here at the bottom is 44 overall. Not great. Houston. Well, it turns out that catcher would have been pretty good. Can't really go wrong with the first overall guy, can you? Grant Enriquez is a 65. We made the right choice, though, going for the first baseman. That was a much bigger team need. And Gage Sanders at 53 is a reliever. That's not bad. How would I rank the drafting/prospect systems for the major sports games? Obviously, CFB and the AFC don't have drafting in the traditional sense, but still. Drafting/prospect systems. That is a very, very good question. Oh boy. So FC is very basic in their youth academy recruiting. I'm not saying it necessarily should be that much crazier, but it is pretty simplistic, so that's like our middle ground. Madden's scouting, I enjoy it, even though it's simplified. I enjoy it. The draft experience is pretty solid too, so it's definitely above FC. NBA, the draft presentation's great. The scouting is non-existent. So NBA is more towards an FC territory than a Madden territory for me. Even though, again, the presentation for NBA is very good. At least in terms of the info it gives you. NHL is the worst of the bunch I've mentioned so far. The scouting is not engaging at all. The draft is not engaging at all. You basically never have the AI go off the board. It's very rare when they do. NHL's is easily the worst. And then for the show, it's the best. Out of the yearly release console-based sports games, it's the best out of all the games I've mentioned. And then there's college football. It's up there with college football, right? Now, obviously, college football doesn't have a draft, but the recruiting for college football is outstanding. So, yeah, you're looking at college football and at MLB being the most intriguing games in which to rebuild a team through those, either through recruitment or through drafting. Like, clearly, it's this in college football that are the most enticing. For my money, at least. That obviously discounts Football Manager, Out of the Park Baseball, Franchise Hockey Manager, but again, like we're talking specifically about console-based games. I don't think I missed one either, but I feel like I did. But yeah, no, I mean this is clearly very, very far up there. Yeah, I mean you end up with like college football just being addicting as hell too. So, but again, it doesn't have the draft experience. SB, not bad. We'll be circling back to it in a moment. You'll be able to see it then and there. Angels, Steven Winston, he's a 50. And Manuel Mitre, another first baseman we thought about picking up. He was a 45. Athletics, Gregory Ojeda's a 66. It's not bad. That was it for them. Seattle with Brian Young. Okay, so he turned out to be pretty solid, but not amazing. 70 overall at 18, barely a B potential. It wouldn't have been a bad pick, but we definitely had a better pick. And then Ray Salas is a 51 at 23 years old. Recruiting is a lot of fun. This and CFB have the most engaging and rewarding system. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I mean, with MLB, you only have the 14 weeks. Like, again, unless you have it down to a science like Scrawny Slugger does when it comes to when it comes to scouting out prospects, it's one of those things where, you never quite know what the end result is going to be for certain, again, it keeps you on your toes. You never quite know what the end result is going to be for certain prospects, which is good because that is baseball. But yeah, no, out of those yearly release sports games, it's this in college football that are the most engaging and rewarding. And I gotta be honest, NHL's probably at the bottom. NHL's probably at the bottom. But my top 3 would be this college football and Madden, I think, at the moment. Like I said, NBA, the scouting is just nothing. But the draft presentation's great. Yeah, again, hate to say it, but like NHL is clearly at the bottom. Like the draft sucks. It's not engaging at all. The scouting is so disappointing. I agree with Marsteller in that, yeah, his reason for liking Madden the best is, again, you get the combine and the pro day results, and you got to take a look at that. You also got to take a look at the stats and kind of put the numbers together. Whereas NHL, it's just like, well, that guy's projected first. He's probably pretty good. You know, there's no such thing as a top 5 bust in NHL. No such thing. We've seen it happen already less than 3 full years into this. So, shout out to Joaquin Flores. Can't quite explain why I also feel like this TFB had the best ability to make it feel like a very well-scouted recruiting player can have the biggest tangible effect on the field. I think it's that element of, like, to find the guy, you know, you maybe not inherently, but it's more rewarding to find a good player and to draft a good player in this game and to see him become something, as opposed to NHL. It's like, wow, I can't believe my 3rd overall pick was amazing. That's crazy. Wish you showed a bit more accuracy past the first round. I mean, you can get that accuracy past the first round, but you have to sacrifice that information at the top. You know, risk-reward system, right? Let's see, Ortega's a 48. Kaufman's a 59. Hernandez is 50. NHL doesn't have hidden busts or gems at all, really. Yeah, I mean, it has the gem bust system, but it's not worth it when most of the gems are low 6 forwards. You know? Cool thing about working at a university is when you get to take a group photo with your broadcast crew with a trophy with the team. Oh, there you go. Top hat. Congrats, by the way. I saw the message earlier. The Nationals fucked it up again. They went well off the board for catcher Michael Chow. He is atrocious. This is 2 times in the last 3 years that we have seen them just completely blow it. This one's even worse than the other guy who's already out of their organization. What do you think of the Gouda suspension? I mean, at least it was 5 games. It should have been way more, but yeah, Michael Chow, absolutely dreadful. Cubs didn't really get anybody great. They got Jamie Carroll Jr. Milton Haffey is a 52. Never feels like you're going to find someone like Dodd Zucker, an undrafted dude. It never feels like it, but like you're more likely, well, you're certainly 100% more likely to be able to find a 6th or 7th round steal in NHL than you are to find a bust at the top 5 in NHL. That's for certain. MLB's fun because it's not a guarantee. Wish it wasn't so bad sometimes. Wish you have more scouting points. I could see that, the idea of being able to improve your scouting department to maybe get more than just the 3 scouts. I could see that. Luther Hazel for Cincy. Good. We got a better player, but he would have been good. 67 overall. Herb Hayes is a 57. And it turns out Coleman Good was the closer to go after. We missed. He was out there, though. 71 overall at 18. Damn. Damn. Milwaukee, Casey Lucy's a 63. That's not bad. Joe Best is a 49. Did you already talk about the Chernyshov incident? No one brought it up. And, yeah, I don't really have thoughts on it. Obviously, you just hope the guy's okay. That's really all you can say. Like, I know he's out of the hospital, but, you know, I just feel like there's not that much to say. He even made a joke about Coleman's name and he didn't take him. It's true. I feel like 3 isn't enough scouts for a sport that's worldwide. I think that's fair. I think in that way, being able to assign, you know, like having a staff budget, kind of like Out of the Park, right? Or even what, kind of like actually what, like the one good thing the front office manager did back in the day. It's like you have your Japanese focus scout, like, and really it's kind of what NHL scouting system is now, right? Like, okay, you have your scouts here, and here. It's just a matter of how good they are. Duncan Ham, he's a 53. Pretty good. Tom Coleman's a 61. Pretty good. 58 for Andreas Cedeno. 54 for Nunez. So good potentials for the Pirates, not the best overalls. You know? St. Louis, Vinny Velasquez, 57 overall, pretty good. Ramon Diggs is a 59. Dan Sheets is a 45. Turns out picking Dan Sheets was the right move, and I meant to. I accidentally clicked remove from the queue. I made Sergachev. That's Twitter. Yeah, like you said. Why must we live in a world where neck guards make you less of a man? Because if I'm not risking my health at any time, then god damn it, someone's gonna call me gay. And there's nothing worse on earth to some of these fucking psychos than the thought of being called gay. I'd rather die. Enrique again. Dude, the Dodgers need to stop getting these pitchers, though. Jesus. I have Fresno. That's officiating in the NHL, though. San Diego, nobody too crazy. San Fran, Howard Holton is a 62. Ken Koch is a 63. This is a decent draft. Wasn't perfect from us, but it was pretty good. Boris Travis also would have been a better pick at closer. He was a 68. Oliver Rodriguez is a 50. Ward Sennett is a 58 overall. 66 for Louis Anderle. A 60 for Ray Whitehead. And a 46 for Diego Cordova. Tom O'Donnell. 68 overall at 18. Where the hell was this guy? Jesus. Well, there's the best player in the draft. A 63 for Robbie Link and a 61 for Felix Lorenz. Damn good draft for Tampa. Blue Jays with Louis Norris, who's a 58. And then back to us, again highlighted by 68 overall Matt Henley, the second overall pick. Ronald Walsh in the 4th round, a 51. And Calvin Presley in the 6th round, a 47. And a couple of solid, but nothing too special relievers. So we did okay. I think that's fair to say. Game was 2-1 final. As ties followed third period game like 6 heart attacks. Carlos, what's up, dude? What's up? Yeah, I mean, well, Fresno, again, like the idea of like, oh man, this player got hurt. It's like, yeah. Oh, the refs were dumb. Yeah, that's the NHL. No amount of outrage or like, what the hell is this, is going to change it, because look at everything else that's happened, and the NHL is still at the bar on the floor standard it's been at for how long now? Like, it just is what it is. Nothing's going to change in regards to the standard of officiating until there's an on-field death or on-ice death in some of these sports. That's just the way it works. Oh, Hulk, I did. That one was scary as hell. I think the other thing I like about this is you can't trade the picks, honestly. Oh my god, this winning streak. The only way to pick Horde is by letting go of your big players with qualified offers. So, hockey's best sport, NHL is the worst league. Typically. All right, September. We are 68 and 72. That's not that bad. Hockey's had multiple. It's been a while, though. And it's specifically in the NHL. Hockey's had some, but it's the NHL that's the problem. Because where hockey goes as a sport is where the NHL goes. If it doesn't change at the top, i.e. visors, neck guards, it's not going to change elsewhere. That's just a fact. Oh, who do we want to call up here? Murakami's hitting 81. He finally broke 30 home runs. We'll obviously look at all the stats at the end of the year. We could call up Christian Campbell, and we probably should. Colson Montgomery. It could be Leover Peguero. Sprinkles at a 71. Or it could be Pereira. Let's call up Christian Campbell. And for pitchers, we got a couple of 72s. We got a 73 in Alex Alberto. Benito Vizcaíno is already major league caliber. God damn, that happened fast. Alberto, let's add you to the 40-man, buddy. Welcome up. Welcome up, welcome up. PWHL is great. Only complaint I have is that the mic situation can be better. Still don't use all text and social media posts. I mean, I will say at least the on-ice product for the PWHL is phenomenal. For the NHL, like were Clint Millard, Chuck, and Richard Zednick not close enough calls? No. And again, we've talked about Ripley, I knew what you meant by merch. The problem is, and shout out to Dana on the YouTube side of things. Welcome to the rookie tier. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you. Thank you for that. And hey, you got early access to that next YouTube video for another 15 hours before everybody else can see it. There you go. As we finish 79 and 83, pretty good record, all things considered. Maybe too good. We definitely cost ourselves a better draft pick, but we'll talk about that in a second. You guys have a chance to look at what the playoffs will be, and then we'll look at some stats. So Napster, we've talked about this before in regards to hockey. There's two problems when it comes to equipment, standards, all of that, right? If I watch on both Twitch and YouTube, do you get double the money? Potentially? Potentially. If you want to watch on both, I can't imagine how that would hurt. I'll just say that. I can't imagine how that would hurt. So yeah, the issue with hockey is, number one, a lot of players are fucking stupid. We've seen this. We know this for a fact. A lot of players are fucking stupid. There's a lot of this macho bullshit. There's a lot of superstitious nonsense with respect to Sidney Crosby. The guy's still wearing the same fucking pads he wore when he was 18 years old. There's a lot of that shit. At the same time, you're also going to see it be, the idea of increased player safety. That's going to be used in terms of a, like CBA, the bargaining agreement conversation, and it being like, well, if we make it safer for the players, then the players have to give this up in negotiations. And it's like, well, the players don't really want to give that up. It's all just a bunch of goddamn nonsense, and nothing is really going to change until somebody dies. And even then, it probably won't change. And while it's not a direct one-to-one, let's talk about the idea of dumb people, overly macho bullshit, overly superstitious bullshit. The WWE. Did the drug abuse issues stop in wrestling, whether it be drugs, steroids, whatever? Did that stop in wrestling once Eddie Guerrero died at age 38? No. Did it even really get cracked down on all that hard? Not really. They instituted a further established drug policy in the wake of Eddie Guerrero's death. But let's be honest, and we know this because in 2007, there were a shitload of suspensions because people got busted, kind of like baseball players did, for purchasing steroids and shit like that, in the aftermath of the Chris Benoit tragedy. Like, it took Eddie Guerrero dying, and then it took that for them to be like, we should probably get serious about this, shouldn't we? And then they end up being PG less than a year later, yada, yada, yada. Like, these changes, and Sergachev, thank you. You have to drag people kicking and screaming to improve their conditions half the time. That's not just like a sports thing, that's a life thing, but especially in sports, when it comes to the idea of safety, and outside of sports, the idea of regulations are written in blood, like that's the case. Like that is the case. It just is what it is. And yeah, in hockey, like you look at the NFL. Now, there can be some debate over like, oh, okay, well, how effective are Guardian caps really? But let's be honest, even if they were only like 10% more effective at preventing concussions, they should be used. But what's the biggest conversation about Guardian caps? Oh, I don't want to look stupid when I'm on the field. It's your fucking health. It's your fucking brain. Whatever's left of it in there, you fucking idiots. But whatever. Like, again, you can only care so much and have this conversation so much because it's just not going to change until something truly tragic happens. That is what it is. You know how I know that? Because we've had this conversation about, like, player safety in sports for years. I was having this conversation when I was doing the podcast with Deej 6 years ago. We were having this conversation 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago. It just doesn't change. It doesn't change. So if they don't want to change, cool. Just hope that you're not the one that dies on the ice, dies on the field, whatever, because it is what it is. You know what's macho? Being able to run around with your kids at age 45. Well, you know. It's tough to think that far ahead, though, don't you know? Anyway, I'm done with this conversation. You can continue it in chat if you care to, because I want to take a look at how our boys did this year. Hello, Crash Andrews, by the way. How was the game? For our position players, Brooks Baldwin was once again the hit leader with 166. The NHL game was better, I'd be playing it. It sucks. That's fair. I can enjoy it for what it is, but I definitely understand people's lack of excitement about the game. There are a lot of older hockey games that hold up pretty well, though. NASCAR with Earnhardt Steph safety improvements. The Hans. Yeah, exactly. Like, NASCAR didn't really get those improvements. Let's be honest. It's like F1 had to be dragged kicking and screaming into adding the Halo device to cars, and that has already directly saved 3 people from dying. Bare minimum 3 people. Roman Grosjean probably the most notable, but like bare minimum 3. There would have been 3 on-track deaths in the past decade had it not been for the Halo. And shout out to Venezuela knocking out Japan. Holy fuck. That's insane. Also, that kind of sucks because now it really feels like the U.S. is going to win the WBC, but hope I'm wrong. Home run leader, Murakami with 35. 30 for Baldwin. 26 for Montgomery. Dude, Brooks Baldwin, 59 power, hit 30 home runs. Jesus Christ. What a season for Brooksy, though. God damn. A little bit disappointed in Kyle Teal's lack of production, but OPS this year was Murakami, then Teal, Caro when he played, Baldwin, Madrigal. Teal led non-base, okay. Most walks, Munataka, strikeout leader. Still got quite a few dudes with quite a few strikeouts, unfortunately. Quite a few. But, I mean, all things considered, Kyle Teal, not bad. Murakami. And Toglia was kind of the worst player there. Pitchers, Hagen Smith had our highest amount of wins. We had 4 pitchers with at least 10 wins. It's the first time that's happened since we took over. 50 saves on the year for Grant Taylor. Holy shit. Ariel Rodriguez with the worst ERA on the team. Taylor was great. Thorpe was great. Shane Smith, Sean Burke. It's not bad. It's not bad. Spenny, thank you very much for the 20 months. Very, very much appreciated. How are you? How's your weekend been so far? Shout out to the Smiths doing well. Yeah, Ariel Rodriguez was clearly our worst pitcher, but we definitely improved. That's what we needed. We're still not going to have the highest of draft picks in the world either. I did just remember I forgot to look at the top prospect. No, I did. No, I did. I did look at it last night, didn't I? I think. Started the female player only challenge. Now it'll be at least 10 players in the first year draft. Maybe we'll have to do that. Like I said, piss off people on Twitter and Reddit. Oh, goodness. All right. Let's find out who is going to win the World Series in Season 3. And the answer is the Chicago Cubs beating the Athletics. Nick Kurtz is him. But unfortunately, not enough to get past the Cubs. So yeah, for the Athletics, of course, they got Mason Miller back. Kurtz is unreal. Brent Rooker, Soderstrom, Michael King. That's a strong roster. That is a strong roster. Pretty damn good pitching staff, too. I mean, Kurtz is already a 94, man. God damn. Now they refuse to pay him and he hits free agency, right? If he does, trust me, we're spending. We're spending. But the Cubs ended up winning the World Series behind Cade Smith, Michael Busch, William Contreras, PCA, Bregman. Also a pretty strong roster. Very pitching heavy. Very pitching heavy. But when you have Lars Nootbaar, what more do you need? What more do you need? Oh, look, the first year they'd be in Vegas. Award winners for the year. Jesus Sanchez was the World Series MVP this year. Tremendous Marsteller. ALCS MVP was actually Freddie Fermin. How the hell didn't Brent Rooker get ALCS MVP? What the hell? That's insane. 6 home runs in that series. 12 RBI. He's not winning MVP? I think maybe we can address some of the award logic still. Key player was Michael Busch for the Cubs leading up to the World Series, though. Your AL MVP, Ben Rice. Yeah, I mean, much lower average than Kurtz. 4 fewer home runs, but 15 more RBI. I'd probably go for Nick Kurtz on that one, but... And Judge was also up there. How old is Judge now at this point? 35. He's down to a 95. Still very good, though. Your NL MVP, Shohei Ohtani. Do you have the Kopitar on the wall? I don't. I won't even make you pay for the channel points, Crashy. Go ahead and save them. So back-to-back MVPs for Shohei. Michael Busch, Taylor Ward were also up there. I mean, yeah, clearly Shohei deserved it. Your AL Cy Young goes to Joe Ryan, the first year of his monster contract in Seattle. And I can't really disagree with it. Compared to Garrett Crochet, Shane Baz, he definitely deserved it. Is the aging logic still awful? No. That is the other thing that they addressed this year. So, you know, a couple years ago when we did a streamer versus chat, and you guys brought in Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and then after one season, he fell by like 10 overall points. Yeah, they don't do that anymore, thankfully. Pittsburgh made the playoffs only in the show. They've actually made it the last 2 years or so. It's because Paul Skeens hasn't left yet. NL Cy Young goes to Tyler Glasnow. Rightfully so. Freddie Peralta, Paul Skeens were also up there. Not bad. Seems like that does randomly happen in baseball. It does. And I mean, it can still happen that certain players are going to plummet faster than others. But again, like, for example, Aaron Judge is still very, very good. Instead of, you know, falling off of a goddamn cliff out of nowhere. But, and you can already see, his performance is dropping. His performance is definitely dropping. And you factor in now the AI and their lineup management, right? Like, if Judge starts to drop that much, or the Yankees get somebody who's better in certain regards, maybe Judge isn't in one of those priority spots in the lineup, and he'll fall off faster. You know? There's some more factors to it now, which is nice. Marsteller, it's going to happen. Just got to be patient. AL batting title goes to Corey Seager. NL batting title to Pittsburgh's Brendan Donovan. And, of course, they picked up Jazz mid-season. So, I mean, the Pirates have actually invested a little bit. NL reliever of the year, Cade Smith. Can't disagree with that at all. Very, very deserving. AL reliever of the year, Josh Spores. Man, there was, like, when Texas won the World Series, there was this one frickin' at bat where he threw that slurve, and it was one of the grossest pitches I've ever seen in my life. And that's all I think now when I think of Josh Spores, is that moment. Like, just for that reason. It's like, man, you could fall off the face of the earth and just he had that fucking slurve. Let's see. AL Rookie of the Year goes to Jared Jones over Max Anderson and Ken Chan. Yeah, Jared Jones definitely deserved it. And your NL Rookie of the Year, Ethan Salas, out here doing pro baseball spirits pitches in real life. Very true. Very true. Yeah, I can see why Ethan Salas deserved it. Hank Aaron Award winners Shohei Ohtani and Corey Seager. Any Gold Glovers or Silver Sluggers for us? Colson Montgomery finished second for a Gold Glove behind Andreas Jimenez. Jordan Beck wins the Gold Glove in left. Okay, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Brooks Baldwin won the Silver Slugger at DH. Anybody else? Anybody else? Not looking like it. Not looking like it. So season 3 comes to a close. We are definitely progressing. We're getting better. We got a lot of staff contracts that have come due, which is pretty nice. Salvi's gone. Aroldis Chapman. Salvi and Freddie Freeman have both made the Hall of Fame. Wasn't Beck Dogwater in year 1? He very much was. Right after we got him, it's like, oh boy, did we make a mistake. But thankfully, doesn't look that bad. Does it have extra point awards like Madden? I think it can help, but it's not as blatant as it is in Madden with like direct upgrade points or a potential.
I'm just trying to walk through this fucking
Shout out
grass.
to Cole for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you very, very much for that. Just to give the example, I mean, Beck is up to a 78. He is only a C potential still, though. When will the first draft of glory be? I mean, it could be a streamer versus chat draft of glory after this. We could do that. I haven't really decided what we're going to want to do for our first kind of wonky house rules challenge. We're down 0-2 in World Series in the Chicago run so far. That we are. All right, we need a new manager. We still cannot sort by grade, which I'm pretty disappointed by. But let's see. We got Britt Duncan, -2 to break. AJ Hinch, -to plate vision. Michael Cohen. Chang Ho Lee. This is the guy who ended up... He was our college manager and rode to the show. Gary Copen, Dave Estrada, Claudio Garcia, contact, break, and arm strength, -2 to bunting. Claudio, I would love to have you on this roster, buddy. The manager roster. SB, I didn't see the promo. I know he won his fight, though. We also need a hitting and a pitching coach here. Hitting coach. Clutch vision, +3 to power for David Ash. No minuses for Sexton or Perry McKee, but he has the bunting boost. Clutch contact power, -2 to drag bunting. Ramon Fernandez. Let's go for you. And then the pitching coach. We just don't want anybody with any negatives. Steven Castillo. All right. So we'll go there. Exclusive free agent negotiations. Emilio Pagan and Nick Madrigal. Both are absolutely being dropped. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. Did we have anybody that was a filler player? Like Tim Studer. That we would like to get rid of just to make sure they're not auto-signed. And it's great to see Matt Henley now as the project first baseman because, oh my God, did we need a project first baseman. Second base, nobody to cut. Third base, and Keith Simon. God, Simon's first overall. I can't believe how bad the game lied to me. How badly those scouts got it wrong. Like, Petit will keep just because he's younger. Hugo Page, same thing. Park, same thing. Which wrestler would you least like to fight in real life, and is it Dr. Death Steve Williams? he's up there. Shout out to Haku, who was also up there. Lesnar, Matt Riddle. Because it's like you have certain people that were just like legitimately fucking tough. But then you have other people that are trained. And that's even more scary. You know? Like, yeah, not that, well, New Jack would just, it wouldn't be a fight. He'd just fucking stab you. But, yeah. I mean, honestly, though, I would probably rather take my chances against the New Jack than someone more trained. Because at least if it's that type of brawl where it's like wild swinging, you at least have a chance. But if it's someone who has that composure, I mean, you are just SOL. Like, you have no chance. James Ellsworth, because you're either the guy who beat up him or the guy who got beaten up by him. Oof. All right, got our hitting coach. What about our manager, please? Oh, our pitching coach, actually, is who we're waiting for. All right, we still need him to sign. But he hasn't. Okay, so free agency. Got to figure out the 40-man, then we got everything else going on. So let us see. Eligible for the 40-man, Romo, Appel, Turner. Again, if Romo gets claimed, so be it. First base. We're okay. Second base. I mean, Antonacci, Berry, Gonzalez. If any of those guys get claimed, that's fair. Like, they're just dudes. We have too much going on at second base as it is. At third, Luis Susbel. We will actually add you to the 40-man. And we'll take Brian Ramos. No, not off of it, but we just won't add him. Shortstops. Vargas gets claimed, that's fine. Barrow gets claimed, that's fine. Ladis, Balcazar. Yeah. If you had to fight any male wrestler to the death, who would you choose? Jerry the King Lawler. Because I just saw an interview and he's not looking too hot. So honestly, I'd be able to do it kind of guilt-free because it would feel like a mercy kill. There you go. There's my serious answer. Steve Blackman. At least being able to say that, like, hey, how'd he die? Oh, Steve Blackman fucked him up. It'd be like, dude, that's pretty cool. Hugo Page. We'll leave on the 40-man. All right, nothing else there. Shout out to Garrett Beavers. Closers. Uriarte is eligible. That's fine. Anybody else who's eligible here? Murphy, if he gets claimed, whatever. Sandlin. And honestly, at this point, if any of these dudes get claimed, we're fine with it. Ramirez won't be eligible. And then for the starters, anybody here? Kai Bush, if he gets claimed, whatever. Christian Apor, because he's 24 years old. Let's add him to the 40-man. Anybody else down here? Just a bunch of D potentials. Okay, we should be good. All right, so the 40-man is set. Arbitration. Colson Montgomery. Colson, 1-year deal will be $6.8 million. Will be my offer to you. Grant Taylor, 3.8. 3.8. Murakami we'll look to hold on to. Well, Dylan, you know, we're pretty similar people, we've discovered. 7.5 and 5 mil. 5 mil in arbitration. Holy hell, previous salary. Yeah, I'm not offering you 19 million, buddy. Oh, boy. Yeah, Munataka might have to go. He is not worth that much. Good lord. Marstar, take it easy, dude. Yeah, we are not paying Murakami. He's worth about 5 mil. We are not paying him 15. Potentially more, depending on what the arbitrator decides. Michael Toglia. You might end up being the starter next year, buddy. Arbitration, we'll go 3.1 mil. Drew Thorpe. 10 mil. God, even 6.4. You're kind of out to lunch, buddy. Jesus. Not really worth this, but I just don't want to lose you for nothing, you know? Christ. This is a big overpay. At least we can afford it. Edgar. 1.9. I'd fight CM Punk. There you go. 1.9 for Edgar. That Drew Thorpe contract is nuts. Paez, we're looking at 2.7. Go ahead and do that. And that's it for that. Okay. And then the contract tenders, again, like the AI does a relatively good job, but if you want to make sure, like if there's certain people who you think they might cut, you know, you're going to want to play it safe with renewables. So, like Hagen Smith, like these guys up here, you pretty much know they're automatically going to qualify, but like, how old is Brandon Ramirez? 19? Like, yeah, these are the players I want to make sure that we keep here, even if it takes a while. So, I just want to make sure we don't lose anybody, because I kind of like the state of this roster right now. I'd never want to fight Chipman. Take your head off with that vertical leap. Olympic bobsledder. Dylan, it's a shame that he is such a, we're talking about Jim Cornette here, that he's just such a dick. Because goddamn, he can be funny as hell. And also, when he sticks to talking about things that happened like 2000, earlier than the year 2000, he's fun to listen to. But outside of that, you know, no thank you. So, like, on YouTube, if it's ever like, hey, do you remember this U-Shoot from 2011? I'm like, yeah, I'll check that out. Fine. But if it's like, hey, you want to hear an episode of Jim Cornette's podcast from 2026? No, I really don't. I really don't. I still unfortunately use Twitter, so I see plenty of racist, sexist comments quite often. So, you know. We don't need any more than what we already see, right? All right, I do just want to keep all of these dudes. Why not? You don't want to hear him complain about Danhausen? Eh. I mean, I'd be surprised if he wasn't complaining about Danhausen, to be honest. You know? I'd be more surprised if he wasn't, you know? It's kind of... it's kind of like Jim Cornette being like, oh, yeah, no, Danhausen's great, would be as awkward as it is when Trump is like, Zoran Mamdani, I like that guy. It's like, it's fucking weird, don't you think? So, you know, it's pretty fucking jarring, so, I don't know. All right, there we go. Renewables are done, arbitration's out, except to Murakami. So, taking a look at the roster, because our trade hub and everything is still going to be, in terms of the block and the untouchables, I think it would be set up as well as we want here. Although, you know what, maybe we want to redo. I do wish there was a quick option to clear out the block. But let's take a look. So catchers, Teal is still untouchable. Caro is on the block. First base, Henley's untouchable. Murakami and Toglia, if the right deals come through, we're good with them leaving. Second base, Majdroth right now is not untouchable, but staying. Felton's untouchable. Everybody else can go. Even, we go back to the block. Go back to the block. Let's add Jacob Gonzalez to that list. Whoops. Third base. Presley is going to be untouchable still. Everybody else, like if they... Mainly because they don't have enough spots on the block. If they go, they go. No one's untouchable, though. Shortstops. Colson's still untouchable. A couple other people are on the block. That's fine. Beck is going to be untouchable for now after winning that Gold Glove. Acuna and Baldwin. I mean, Baldwin's still being shopped. And then right there, everything is okay. Man, I don't know if Braden Montgomery's going to make it. Anything else to do? Anybody else to protect? I think just that young starter. Yeah, so Walsh isn't going anywhere. Okay, cool. So in terms of what we need, let's talk about that. So at catcher, we are still fine. We don't need a starter. We don't need a backup. Catcher's fine. First base, we're fine for the moment unless Murakami walks. Second base, we're fine. Third base, we are still looking, ideally, for that starter. Shortstop, we're fine. Left field, we're fine. Center, we're fine. Right, we're fine. Starter, we're good. Even though Drew Thorpe is about to make way too much goddamn fucking money. And honestly, relievers, we're not looking that bad either. It's really just a third baseman. That is the deal of what we need, is a third baseman. So badly. So badly. So free agents this year. Free agents. We look at the top catchers. I just heard this song the other day. I don't want to listen to it again. Shea Langeliers, Sean Murphy, Yanyer Diaz, Logan O'Hop, Leo Hoppy, Joey Bart. No one that we need. First base, Spencer Torkelson, Vinny Pasquantino, Alec Burleson. Again, nobody that we need. Second base, Ernie Clements, Josh Smith, the basketball player. Romy Gonzalez, Luis Arias, Tyro Estrada. Third base, Bo Bichette, Royce Lewis, Nolan Gorman. 15 mil a year for Nolan Gorman. I don't know. Might just be better to wait. Big boy, that's outstanding. Shortstop, Gunnar Henderson. I mean, obviously would be great, but so damn expensive. Both in price, the qualifying offer they have on him. C.J. Abrams would probably be the smarter play, but we don't need him. Left field, Jordan. Wow, Jordan's still at a 97. Holy shit. 30. He's only 31. He's always younger than I think he is. Center field, Byron Buxton, O'Neal Cruz. Right field, Ronald Acuna. Gary Carpenter, Josh Lowe. And starters, it was Hunter Brown, Tyler Glasnow, George Kirby, Framber Valdez. Again, just nobody that we're going to look to spend that big money on yet. We don't want to hurt our chances of a lottery pick. You know, we don't want to make the playoffs too early when we're just not ready for prime time. So, yeah, free agency, we got nothing. We got nothing that we're looking for here. We are fine. We do get a trade offer for David Larson for outfielder Everson Pereira. Larson's 23, a 68, and a C. He's just kind of another guy in the mix at third base. Pereira's one of those guys in the outfield where we don't really have much for him, but we do get a 4 years younger third baseman in a position of need, and we move out one of the outfielders. I'm going to say no to that, though. I'd want more for Pereira because he doesn't look that bad. Which wrestler or tag team from the early days in TNA do you think would really do well in AMW if they were there at that age? America's Most Wanted. Triple X. We got an offer for catcher Arthur Hicks. 22, 58, and a B for Drew Thorpe, who just signed that massive $10 million a year contract. 28 years old and a 77. I said I did want to sign Thorpe to move him. Getting a meh catcher might not be the best move. Was Thorpe truly that good last year? Big inning eater. 3.18 ERA, a 1.31 whip. He was good. I don't know if he's $10 million good. 4.62 FIP. Yeah, we're going to flip Drew Thorpe to the Yankees. I don't want to pay him that much, and we'll just take on this catcher. That's fine. At least we got something for him in the form of Arthur Hicks. So thank you, New York. And we are still primarily going to be looking for a third baseman. It's interesting we got offered a catcher. Honestly, we will let's go ahead and make that guy untouchable just to try to train him up. Ripley, not wrong. There's quite a few, actually. That would have worked. Mason Wynn has been traded from one Bird team to another. He's arbitration eligible. Interesting. For Enrique Bradfield Jr., who's a 76, and Juan Yepez, who's a 75. So that screams they weren't going to be able to come to a deal with Mason Wynn. So get 2 usable players back and just let Baltimore get the deal that he's not going to sign with you. I don't hate it. And then the Orioles, holy shit, man, they're making moves. They just picked up Hunter Green, who was on an unbelievable contract for this upcoming season, in exchange for Cade Anderson, who is a promising young starter, Colton Cowser, who is a very solid center fielder, and Pablo Guerrero, a decent first base prospect. Man, that one you'd like to see Cincy probably get a tiny bit more back for, but there was an 83 overall center fielder in there. They also have to come up with a deal for Cowser, so don't hate that deal. Is it the best one we've seen? Probably not, but still. It's not as bad as some of the deals we were seeing in the prior year's games, I'll say that. Andreas Munoz heading back to Seattle. He was the number 3 free agent this year. 5 years, $16 million per. While Edwin Diaz is heading to the Dodgers. Well, back to the Dodgers. The number 9 free agent, $19 mil for the year. I was going to say over the next couple years, it was just 1 year. Holy hell, man. Look at Baltimore. They pick up catcher Hunter Goodman. 87 overall at 29. For one of the top prospects in baseball, 19-year-old center fielder James Lloyd. Damn. Baltimore is going for it. Hunter Brown, the number 2 free agent, goes to the Yankees. 6 years, $40 million per. Good Lord. Have fun ditching that contract later. Have fun ditching that contract later. Yeah, Baltimore is heavily reloading. Like I said, I think we're good. Anthony Aenson? I think it's Aenson, right? 71 overall at 24 for 86 overall reliever Matt Svanson. That's another one where you'd like to see, I think, St. Louis get a little bit more back. Like, Aenson's fine, But Evanson's an 86 overall reliever, but they haven't been able to come to terms with him on a deal yet. So I can also see that as like, all right, fuck it, just get rid of this guy. We don't want to deal with it. Ronald Acuna Jr. heading to the Cubs. 7 years, $43 million per for the 31-year-old. Those are the type of contracts I do not like handing out. No, thank you. We know the 40-man's fine. And we did not get our pitching coach, unfortunately. Yankees and Tigers make a big trade. The Tigers get Ray Whitehead, an 18-year-old starting pitching prospect who looks great, in exchange for Reese Olson, 79 overall starter, Alex Vesia, the 87 overall reliever, and 72 overall reliever Scott Efros. So they got a starter, a very good reliever. They gave up one of the best young starters. Okay, I mean, the Yankees are going for it, right? Prospects? What do we need prospects? Honestly, that kind of feels like a reaction to what Baltimore did. Like, oh, Baltimore's stocking up. The Red Sox made a big deal last year. Like, man, we should probably do something here. Not bad. Kind of upset we've still only gotten that one trade offer. There we go. Well, ask and you shall receive. Oh, this is perfect for us. First base prospect Joaquim Cedeno, 19 years old, only a 50, but B potential. And 59 overall starter Mark McClendon, who's basically nothing. But we get to move out one of those second basemen where we have too many of them. We also get to move out Kai Bush, Yariel Rodriguez, and Tyler Gilbert. So it serves as a cap dump for us. It gets us another first base prospect in the mix. It is 4 major league level talents. But again, Rodriguez at his age, he's declining. Like, yeah, can get rid of him. Gilbert was in AAA last year. Bush was in AAA last year. And then Perez, that one kind of hurts, but he's 3rd on the depth chart at best. He's actually 4th, I think. So I like that deal. I like that deal quite a bit. I mean, McClendon just is what it is, but to get another first base prospect, that works for me, and we clear out that logjam a bit elsewhere and get some cap space. And it sure is just shitty for another year, too. There you go. There you go. So welcome in Joaquim Cedeno. Definitely happy to get him. And he is very much also going to be listed as untouchable now that we have he and Henley in the mix. Another offer. Ooh. Interesting. 27-year-old starter Thomas Harrington, fringe major leaguer. Second baseman Nick York. I don't need him, but it might still be worth it. And I'll say why in a second. Second baseman Jimmy Dixon, who's just a guy. And Cam Canarella, who's just a guy. We'd move on from Everson Pereira, which, again, we kind of have a logjam in right. We'd get rid of the $7.5 million a year of Christian Campbell, who has just not bounced back. Again, the Red Sox gave up on him. We tried to rehab him a bit, but that potential just hasn't gone back up. Sam Antonacci, who's another one of those second basemen. And then Yedixon Paez, who is also overpaid right now. In fairness, though, this is just kind of a cap dump. We're really not getting much back to do it. I'm going to say no to this one. I'm not that desperate to get rid of Christian Campbell. And there's really nothing in the trade that makes it worth it. You know, unlike that other deal where we got that first baseman. So, I don't want to make trades just for the sake of making them, you know? Draft lottery is here. And, well, we know that we went on a run at the end of the season. Case in point. 14th best odds at a 0.8% chance. As opposed to a top 1 or top 2. Methinks we're not going to have a top 10 pick this year. Methinks. I think we were a little bit too good last year, if we're being honest. But let's see what the lottery results are. We hold at number 14. The Cardinals, Rockies, and Giants all move up. The Angels were the big losers of the day. Might be best not to have the pressure of a top pick. That is fair. 14th overall is where we stand after a 79-win season. And Tyler Glasnow has signed with New York, the number 6 free agent. 2-year deal, $40.7 million a year for the 35-year-old. And that will bring us to the Rule 5 draft. Question is, are we going to want anybody? So at catcher, we still have Teal and Caro. Frank, what's up? Are we winning? More than we were, but maybe that's not a good thing in the short term. Yeah, we really don't have space for a catcher right now, and there's nobody so good. First base, we don't have room, right? Murakami signed. Yeah, Murakami did sign. 7.5, that's not bad. So yeah, nothing to really do at first base. Second base. Nick Sogard, I mean, you can tell, right? There's just way too much going on there. Way too much. Third base. Unless we wanted to take Diane? Dylon? Yeah, we don't want you. Braden Taylor. Carson Rucker. Shortstops. Don't need anybody. Left field. Jared Thomas, but we have such a logjam of talent. Center field. Drew Jones is still there. He's been there every year. Nobody's claimed him. And in right, nobody that we need. What about starters? Jake Irvin. Don't really need him. Don't really need him. We have Paez. We have Norman Kay. We're fine. We are fine. Nothing to worry about. Relievers. Well, let's look at closers first. I was going to say, yeah, because there's normally nobody that good. So outright relievers. Pyamps. Sugart. The old Sugart. I think we're good. I don't think we need a Rule 5 pickup this year. We took advantage of it in the first couple of years, but really don't need it. We really, really don't. All right. Any other interesting trade offers to come up, though? Yordan Alvarez gets a mammoth 9-year, $41 million per contract from Seattle at age 31. Talk about ambition. The American League is a nightmare right now. It's a good thing we're not shaping up to be that great. That is... Whew. God damn. Oh, Crashy. That is a mammoth deal. Holy hell. Gunnar Henderson gets a 12-year, $34.6 million per contract from the Toronto Blue Jays. Hold on. I'll hit the button.
Oh, yay! Hooray! He said Toronto! Yay! Woo! Yay! That's where we live. We live in Toronto. Yay! Shut up!
Delightful. Wow. Big deal for Gunnar Henderson. Anything else? Framber Valdez on his way to the Yankees for $33 million this year. And the Yankees are throwing their weight around. They are throwing their weight around. George Kirby gets a 5-year, $42.7 million per year contract from Arizona. That explains why the Mariners had some money, I suppose. And Byron Buxton is also heading to Arizona. 3-year deal, $38.7 million per for the 35-year-old. Champ, thank you very much for the 9 months. It's a boy. And hopefully he'll play for Arizona because he'll be rich in the future. Baseball proves to me that money isn't real. Oh, man. Yankees still have money to keep up with the Joneses. Dodgers, apparently. Apparently. All right. Like I said, free agency. There really wasn't anybody that we wanted. I forgot to sign a manager. I'm sure some people have been yelling forever. It's a pitching coach. Never mind. It wasn't a manager. Who needs a pitching coach? Ed Brady. Here's a story about Ed Brady. And he signed. There we go. Problem solved. So, spring training. We have a roster to finalize, but I don't really know what to make of what season, this next season's going to be. I don't know if we're going to be good. I have a feeling we might be closer to good than we are bad. But also the American League just went nuts. So, I don't know. I really don't. Hey, Lois. Qu'est-ce que c'est? All right. Well, shall we do another season at least? I think it's a little bit too early to switch to some road to the show. We do need to finalize what this team's going to look like. But before we do that, your top prospects in baseball heading into this season. And Matt Henley, our second overall pick from last year, makes his debut at number 3 on the board behind Philip Matsumoto and Tom O'Donnell. Not bad. Not bad at all. Benito Vizcaino at number 19. 19. Do we have anybody else in the mix? If we do, they're probably much further down. Calvin Presley debuts at number 46. It's not bad. Take it easy. Appreciate you hanging out. Our farm system is ranked number 9 in baseball. A number 9. Number 9 Lodge. All right. Let's see what the hell we're going to look like this year, shall we? So at catcher, somehow, Edgar Caro is still here. We've been trying to trade him for 4 years. But that's pretty straightforward. It'll be him and Jackson Appel in AAA. Turner and Hicks in double. First base is still Murakami and Toglia. We need 3 other first basemen to fill out what we have going on in that regard. Any younger players that might still be able to develop here? Bryant Walters is a D. Robert Ruth, also a D. But we will go for Walters. We will go for Baby Ruth. And it's not great outside of that, I'll say that. What about Will Verdung? Will Verdung. So Henley is going straight to AAA to play with Verdung, and then we'll have Walters and Ruth in double, so it's not too bad. Forgot to sign Joaquim Cedeno. When we acquired him, he wasn't under contract, and I wasn't paying attention. Shit. I was wondering where he went. You know what? I'll allow it. It just means that other trade happened now for basically no reason, but I'll allow it. That was me being dumb and not paying attention. As much as I'd love to get the guy back, I don't even know if I could turn on force trade mid-run, can we? I don't think we can. He just refused to sign here. Sure, that's what we'll go for. Well, we'll say it was a storyline as opposed to me just being dumb and not paying attention. He Adam Foxed you. Yeah. If we take a look at second base, it is going to be Chase Majdroth and Doug Felton. Campbell is still not going to make it. We're going to be putting him on waivers. If he gets claimed, so be it. Antonacci will be in AAA with him, and then we'll have Barry and Gonzalez in double. We're running full control. So yeah, Felton and Majdroth will be the guy at second. Third base is Harris and Huisbel. So we need one more third baseman. One more third baseman. Anybody who we might be able to develop. Yasel Soler. Grayson Gross is going to be that guy. Still testing out whether or not certain D potentials can actually improve or not. So far, the answer, not really. Yeah, it'll be Presley and Simons in double. Okay. Shortstops, Montgomery and Carlson. So Peguero go through waivers. He'll be in AAA with Vargas, AA, and then Balcazar in single. Then the outfield. The outfield. Let's see, so that's 1, 2, 3. Hugo Page definitely isn't going to make it. Jordan Sprinkle isn't going to make it. And Everson Pereira is not going to make it. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, Dino Spumoni, you're going down. Brian Park, you are going down. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. AA is 1, 2, 3, and 4. Perfect. Starters 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I want to go with Norman K. He's younger. More dev time. So Lepore goes down. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 with McCullough. AA is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 with Mr. Walsh. Perfect. What about relievers? Oof. Well, we definitely have some guys that are Major League caliber, including Benito Vizcaino. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, Sandy Cox, you are going down. Williamson is going down. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Cool. So Gonzalez also goes down. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 with Gilmore. And then AA is 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 with Murphy. Couple extra relievers. Yeah, once the waivers clear, AAA will be on 26. I think we are okay. Are there any random free agents? Honestly, I'm going to say that are like 65 and up. That are like 24 or younger. Just like some actual potential here, even if they're a D potential. Bruin Agbayani. C potential. Case in point. We will sign second baseman Bruin Agbayani. Mainly because that's just a really fun name. One more time with feeling. Bruin Agbayani. I don't remember if we already looked at third baseman. I think we did. That sounds familiar. Anybody at shortstop? Ryan Ritter's not bad, but where would we play him? Implying the existence of Hab Agbayani. Yeah, it's his brother. 23-year-old Brian Acuna. No reason we can't bring you in. Anybody else? Yeah, we'll Ritter go to somebody else. He and Hernay would be decent, but we just don't have space. Left field, anybody? No, at least not the type of player that we're looking for. We need to have a higher ceiling than I thought we did. Hello, Brandon Riggs. Big motherfucking Riggs. He is only a D, but we'll still sign him. Anybody else? No. And then right field. What do we have in right? 27, 27, 25. All right, one more check of the starters just to see if anybody snuck through here. Can we find a nice little hidden gem? How about 40-year-old Jacob deGrom? Any useful hidden gems here? Not looking like it for relievers. It's just a bunch of old men in their 30s. I can relate. I can relate. Okay, well, we got a couple of guys then. So second base, double, and then Bruin Agbayani will be down in single A this year. Shortstop, triple, double. Brian Acuna will be in high A. And center field, Riggs, who we just signed. Honestly, we'll just put him in high A as well. Cool. All right. Like I said, I mean, I like the trajectory that we're on. There are definitely some players we were banking on developing that haven't really had the movement we were hoping for. But I think we're okay. Brandon Scotty Riggs. A true American male. A true American male. Well, 19 and 11 through spring training. It's not that bad. Scouting-wise, yeah, we're still in the red in a lot of spots. We still need to find that third baseman, man. But all right, let's see. Our rotation this year. Shane Smith, once again the ace, with Hagen Smith, Sean Burke, Noah Schultz, and Yeriksen Paez. That's not too bad. Your relievers, Norman Kay, Benito Vizcaino, Juan Miella, Alexander Alberto, Mike Vasil, Jordan Leisure, and Grant Taylor, your closer, off of 50 saves last season. Not bad. Not amazing. Not bad. Lineup against righties, Munetaka Murakami batting leadoff with Kyle Teal, Brooks Baldwin, who's playing third base. That's actually great. Colson Montgomery, Michael Toglia in right. Chase Maydroth, Jordan Beck, Braden Montgomery, and Doug Felton with Dustin Harris, Luis Angel Acuna, Edgar Caro, Luis Suisbel, and Billy Carlson on the bench. It's not bad. Like, we are obviously lacking, like truly lacking some high-end star power. But the slow development of members of this lineup hasn't been too bad at all. Not at all. The question is, are we going to be too good too early? Because we very well could be. Honestly, if we look at the trade hub, our trade block, I believe, is still going to be accurate. And we're trying to shop Caro if we can. Don't need to move a first baseman yet. If Maydroth gets traded, we're fine with that, but we're not actively shopping him. Although we could, because Doug Felton is ready. Yeah, maybe trading Maydroth now and letting Felton take overs for the best. Harris, Suisbel. Montgomery doesn't have his replacement lined up. We still like Acuna, even if he's getting paid too much. I think we're all right. Just want to make sure our positional targets are still set up, and they are not. They need to fix this. They need to fix the blockbuster trade logic, maybe the award logic, definitely the trade block positions, and not being able to see what the hell is actually highlighted. Whoops. Oh, shit. And obviously, in terms of what we're going to be looking for again here, it's primarily a third baseman. You shot Murakami. I mean, if we get an offer for him, cool. But at least until Henley's ready to go, I don't think we're going to shop him or Toglia. But once Henley's ready, then yeah, we're going to try to move both of those guys ASAP. We just don't want to do it too early. All right, so outside of a third baseman, there's not a whole heck of a lot that we really need. And we still need like a high-end reliever. We got projects lined up pretty much everywhere else. But yeah, primarily third base is what we need. Also, didn't think to do this. Might regret it. Staff contracts. Okay, we lost a scout. You know what? I had a feeling that we would lose. Actually, I don't even know if we lost the scout. I think our staff salary just skyrocketed. No, it didn't. I was looking at the wrong number. It's the same staff. We're fine. I lied. I'm losing my mind already. It's not even that late. At least for me. All right. So first bit of scouting. Let's be honest. Third base. We need to get this completely scouted out. All right. I don't know if we want to spend 4 weeks doing it. I don't think we do. But yeah, we need to heavily scout third base. If there's a good prospect there, we need him. We are off to a terrible start this season. 4-11. All right, and we will do international there. And honestly, our scouts aren't that best at discovery, and that was intentional. So if we go scout position, obviously, again, we have the 14th pick. I think a lot of general scouting will probably be for the best. But we have a Tony Norris. Is that the name of Ahmed Johnson? And we also have Armando Francisco that we want to look at. Definitely sort out the biggest position in need first, and then we can always throw darts at the board later. And those guys are looking pretty legit. Anybody else at third base? Mark Melendez. You pretty much know we're going to take a third baseman in the first round. Unless, like, the first overall dude falls to us, but I doubt that's going to happen. Yeah, we are going all in on position of need instead of trying to cover as many bases as possible. Pun fully intended. Don't crash! Crash number 1 of the night. Crash number 4. Since this game has come out, it always just seems to be when we're scrolling and the game is just like, oh, I'm breaking. I don't know what to load up. Thought it was crash number 1. You're always number 1, baby. Damn. Mine hasn't crashed yet. Congratulations. Yeah, who knows? I might need a fresh game install again. Doesn't help the game's like 120 gigs, but probably just have to do that whenever I go to bed. Well, that brings us back to the start of spring training. So we didn't lose that much time. All those extra dudes we signed are still there. Okay. Well, take 2. Take 2. This time we were not as good in spring training. We're going to win the World Series now, yeah. I'm intrigued to know if the draft class is going to be the same. Okay, and this time we started off 8-0. Yeah, Sergachev, you might not have been joking. Little did you know. You might not have been joking. I'm a prophet. Oh, man. Honestly, let's just do everybody at third base west. This should be faster. Oh man, yeah, that's our 4th crash, and all of them have been in franchise mode so far. All of them. Road to the show has been perfect so far. It's always franchise that gets the heavy, heavy, heavy crashing issues I've discovered here. We're 15-6. Like, just the complete opposite start that we had 5 minutes ago. Not even. We'll see if it evens out, which it should. Like, we're the 24th team in the league. We shouldn't be that good yet. But the idea of getting off to a hot start's not the most incomprehensible thing in the world, right? So, we do get a trade offer for Billy Carlson. It's for a 28-year-old starter, Cater Montero, who's getting paid $3.6 million. That is not happening. I'm not even going to talk to you. Go away, San Fran. I am not even going to give you a response. You don't deserve it. Okay, so in terms of third baseman, we do have a bunch of people on 45 scouting already. We got Mark Melendez, Trent Broadway, Tony Norris. Those will be the first 3 that we keep an eye on. Like I said, if we just had to blind pick the rest of the ways, so be it. Trade withdrawn. I can't wait for your decision any longer. I like that you think I was still thinking about it. Now they offer us a different deal. They want us to take Gabe Spires' contract and Keaton Wynn for Sam Antonacci. So it's 2 relievers. Probably a little bit more salary on Spire than I prefer. But honestly, that's not really that bad. Spire's a good pickup for this year. Keaton Wynn I'm not too excited about. But we get an improvement in the bullpen, and we get rid of one of those second basemen that we really do need to get rid of in Antonacci. This one I actually will take. I mean, improving our team right now could be a little bit risky, but we do need to start clearing out that logjam at second base a little bit. And getting Gabe Spire is a decent way to do it. So Jacob Berry will go to AAA, and then we'll have Gonzalez and Agbayani in AA. For the pitchers, we got 1. Williamson actually jumped Vizcaino. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So Keaton Wynn is going to go through waivers here. We'll leave Vizcaino. And honestly, we will let's send down Jordan Leisure. 3, 4, 5, and 6, and AA is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A couple of the guys back down to high A. That works. That works. That works. Get another trade offer. This one is 29-year-old starter Jack Perkins at a 74 overall for Billy Carlson. I'm not going to do that. I like that Billy Carlson is in high demand, but he is such a defensively strong option. I don't plan on getting rid of him at all. All right, other third baseman to look at. Basil Denny. Armando Francisco. And even Paul Cortez, if that... Not Dan Cortez, but Paul Cortez, if that rating is decent enough. This team's still cooking. Again, I like that Tampa thinks I was going to answer them back. You were left on red. I have my ways of testing to see if Crash is still in chat. Justin Tejada, Darren Green. Michael Chu might be worth a shout later on, but yeah, I think we've seen what we're going to see for the super high-end, potentially, third baseman, first 2 rounds or so. So we are halfway through our scouting. Let's get some general scouting in there for the rest of the positions if we can over the next couple weeks. So, blockbuster trade. Tampa gets decent starting pitching prospect Brian Hall, decent starting pitcher Tyler Bremner, and a decent third baseman Andy Perez for Dennis Santana, the 87 overall closer, on an expiring deal. Dylan Dingler at an 81 catcher. Ty Madden, 75 starter. And Brant Herter, what a great name, 79 overall. I mean, they shed some salary. It's mostly in the pitching staff. They get younger. Sure. The Dingler. Dylan Dingler. How the hell are we 31 and 21? How the hell are we leading this division? Oh, the boys have a dream of not being garbage. Unfortunately, that wasn't my dream. Unfortunately, that wasn't my dream. You're going to cost me my ability to move this team, damn it. Edgar Caro for Jake Irvin, who we could have taken in the Rule 5. That's not happening. Absolutely not. I will not even give you a response. You're out of your mind. You are out of your mind. I do like that the AI on occasion is just like, hey, you want to get fleeced? No. No, I don't. I really would prefer not to get fleeced. Stats so far. We can take a look. I mean, we got a 33 and 25 record. Rotation-wise, Shane Smith is 5-1 with a 2.1 ERA. Holy God. So Shane Smith is on Cy Young pace. Burke is 5-4 with a 4.19. Noah Schultz, a 5.29. Hey, oh my God, dude. Our starting pitchers. I mean, Norman Kay is doing well. But the only guy who has a sub-4 outside of Shane Smith is Norman Kay. Yedixon Paez has been removed from that 5th spot and changed over to the long reliever spot. He has been awful. 99 overall, Ginger. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Tremendous name. That's all I got for you. Just tremendous name. Alexander Alberto has 5 holds, 3.9 ERA. Vizcaino's got 7. Spire's got 15. I mean, I can't say our pitching staff's been that great. Taylor has 15 saves. Dude's a Brian Voracek fan, right? In terms of the lineup, 246 average for Doug Felton, who's now batting leadoff. Kyle Teal batting 359. Jesus. Colson Montgomery, 285 with 13 dingers already. Michael Toglia, 11 home runs already. And this is with Murakami injured. Jordan Beck, 233 average, 32 RBI. Brooks Baldwin batting just under 300. Acuna, 238. Braden Montgomery, 249, and then a 246. This is with an injury to Murakami, who was out with a broken arm. Christian Campbell's also hurt, too. Munataka down to an 80 after that injury. 7 home runs, 267 average, 823 on base. Or OPS, I should say. So it's been a weird start. It has certainly been a weird start to this season. I cannot imagine it is sustainable with this roster. But maybe. And just like that, we are now tied with Minnesota. Alright, so we need second base central. Second base East and second base International. Soda. Tyler Stevenson. We don't need him. I get the idea that they want Billy Carlson. I don't need Tyler Stevenson. Yeah, we have Kyle Teal. We're fine. All right, we have dropped now to third in the division, but it's still close. We have already scouted everybody at third base, so we got a shortstop now. Central and East. Again, prioritize third baseman. Now we're just trying to get some cleanup scouting done. We're not really going to be able to look at the pitchers, but that's okay. Cabrian Hayes for Edgar Caro. That is not going to happen. Absolutely not. Jack Perkins for Everson Pereira. That is also not going to happen. Francisco Alvarez has been traded to Milwaukee. Last year of his deal for the 27-year-old is an 86. For Braylon Payne, a decent center field prospect. Brady Ebel, a pretty solid shortstop prospect. And then Brooks Brannon. Yeah, I mean, they didn't get a B prospect back, but these are two top-notch C prospects, so again, I don't hate it. All right. Let's see. So we need shortstop International, and then we are going to move on to the outfield here. So that is going to be left field West, left field Central. Let's try to get as much information as we can here. Brady's ancestors, medieval people. Sergachev's on one tonight. All right, let's see. We need left field East, left field International, center field West. There we go. So yeah, we should have enough time to look at the vast majority of outfielders, but yeah, we won't have time to look at pitchers. That just is what it is. Some days you got it, other days not so much. Julius Parker, promising young left fielder, traded to St. Louis, along with Bradley Blaylock, a usable starter, for 80 overall Kyle Leahy, 85 overall Garrett Whitlock, and 70 overall Lamont Wade Jr. So they gave up a good starter and a good reliever, making a fair amount of money for a pretty solid outfield prospect and a usable starter in return. Not bad. Not bad at all. So we are now under 500. Hell yeah. Actually not going to be able to look at the right fielders at all. Center field Central, center field East, and center field International. Do what we can. We do what we can when third base is the primary target. It is the 2029 draft. Left fielder Juan Escobar projected to go first. He looks really, really good. We'll see if Trent Broadway, who our scouts love, is actually still there and that good. I'm not going to get my hopes up for it. Well, yeah, it's more dramatic maybe if we do get our hopes up. But Escobar certainly looks good. Broadway, Royce Mays, we don't know anything about, but could certainly be worth the risk. Let's see. Let's see. This is the lowest in the draft we have chosen so far at 14th. St. Louis, with the first pick, take outfielder Juan Escobar. Damn. I mean, there's no way he was going to fall to us, but he's probably going to be pretty damn good, I'm guessing. Second overall, starting pitcher Pedro Nunez is off to Texas. That's a fairly off-the-board pick. Projected as a second rounder. Looks good off of the 5% scouting that we know. And third overall is starting pitcher Jorge Mesa going to Colorado. Good luck, pal. I hope your home runs per 9 are sky high. Good Lord. All right. So let's see. Giants have pick number 4. And they are going to go for third baseman Tony Norris. Would have been nice for that guy to fall to us, I have to say. God damn, yeah. Great contact hitter. Average defender. Wasn't meant to be. Royce Mays, who was projected second, goes fifth to the Angels. Torres, what's going on, man? We're doing good. How are you? Kansas City takes starter Jeff Mortensen. A little bit early, but not by that much. Another starter, Jackie Williams, off the board pick for Cincy. He's projected 37th. Mets take another starter, Thomas Moya. Smidge early, according to the rankings. Milwaukee at 9 takes catcher Dwayne Knowles, son of Beyonce. Yeah, projected 10th. It's fair enough. We've only had one crazy reach so far. Make that 2 as Washington. Their scouting staff is hilarious, man. Washington takes 90th projected shortstop Johnny Nieto, 10th. And unfortunately, we did lose another third base option. Armando Francisco is off to San Diego. And Tampa takes starting pitcher Barack Heim. And Cleveland, 13th, take another starter, Jimmy Merritt. So, Trent Broadway is still there. Looks to be, shout out to Crashy getting a Travis Hafner. Looks to be pretty bang average, has a hell of an arm. There's also third baseman Basil Denny. Also looks to be pretty goddamn average across the board. We also have third baseman Mark Melendez, who looks to be a pretty good contact hitter, at least, switch hitter. And then there's a starter in Claudio Quintero. It was the program, but I'll take it. Oh, there you go. So we can go for one of these guys. What about second baseman Alexis Quinones? Kind of the same. Pretty well-rounded. Catcher Brian Sennett. I am the Senate. Doesn't look bad, but only 15% scouted. Another catcher in James Dow. Dave Ramirez, Rod Drew. Well, let's be honest. We could go for one of these best guesses, but we need a third baseman. It's got to be one of the top 3. We just have to hope. So Melendez, 47 to 64 overall range, 76 to 93 potential at 18 out of Alabama. Basil Denny is a 46 to 63, but a better potential range at 18 out of Tennessee. And Trent Broadway, best of the bunch in terms of overall range, 51 to a 69 with a 77 to 95 potential at 19 out of Indiana and has some sweet chops. Melendez is obviously interesting because of that potential contact. Average at worst. For Denny, it's pretty bad. I think... like, no matter what, there's a chance of so many of these guys being bang average at best. What was the highest scouting percentage? 90s and 85. Our scouts really do like Broadway. Ay, 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 ay. I'm going to trust my scouts. Trent Broadway. 14th overall to the White Sox. Will that be a mistake? Kind of drafting for need over best available. We're hoping for the best. Round number 2. This is where we just kind of go for it, you know? So first baseman, Eddie Trevino at 20%. Shortstop CJ Gold. Could be decent. All these guys are looking okay. Honestly, Trevino potentially having an overall that high could be pretty good. So potential in the 90s, but the fact that this guy's potential is up to a 77. Potentially a 77 overall for Rivera. We don't know much about him. Cortez at third. Dan Cortez. Could just be insane out of the gates. He's just not going to be that high up. There's a random catcher who might not be that bad. Richie Nance at starter. Victor Polanco, we don't know much about. Rhett Cross. Wendell Hemphill, great name. Nick Bergeron at first. And there's definitely some options, and we can kind of just go in order on it, really. All right. We're definitely... Yoel Pinheiro. Let's go. We definitely got some risks to take as this draft goes on. We definitely do. Might as well just risk it for first baseman Eddie Trevino. Might as well. Throw a dart at the board. See what happens. Welcome in, Eddie. Say hi, Eddie. Round number 3. Well, it's Cortez or Hemphill at this point. And, I mean, the fact that Cortez's overall could be that high is very intriguing. The fact that Hemphill could at least still have that good potential is also intriguing. Ward Crow. We do need to take a risk on another third baseman, so screw it. Paul Cortez. Son of Dan. Round number 4. Did we have a compensation round pick? No. Round 4. Jay Thornton. Interesting. Andrew Slater. Jimmy Griffith. Luis Santana. Cortez. Michael Flutie. Jacob Shea. Oh, shit. No, this isn't what I wanted. Let me out. Let me out. Griffith or Santana. I'm going to go for Santana. Again, we're just throwing darts at the board here, as we expected to do. Round 5, we could randomly take Michael Chu. Charles Stratton, Gary McCormick. Rufus Ka. Great name. Nato Casilla could be interesting. Paul Yamaguchi. I'm probably just going to let the timer go here, by the way. We'll see. Maybe not. It's another third baseman to take a risk on. We know his overall is apparently going to be terrible, though. Rufus Ka, son of Harmony. God damn. Michael Chu. We'll take another third baseman. Just darts at the board. And then round number 6. Woody Richardson. I choose you. You can see the moment where his heart breaks in real time. Let's see, we got Eli Wellington. Yeah. Keith Backo. Oh, it's Wellington or Backo. Are they both relievers? Yeah. 57 to 91. Keith Backo, welcome in. Let's go, Keith. This might be the least amount of confidence I've had in a draft so far, which could honestly be a good thing. Based on how some of the other drafts have gone. These are the participants for the Home Run Derby. Vladdy, Joe Adell, Aaron Judge, Rafi Devers, Shohei, the top 5 in dingers so far. Oh, mandatory to have at least one All-Star. Who was our representative this year? Shane Smith. I don't think he's going to quite be on Cy Young pace anymore because he only has a 7-4 record. But Shane Smith has made the All-Star game. And he is our only representative. Not bad. And we got our first day to sign some draft picks here. So, Trent Broadway, Eddie Trevino. We got to work on motivation for all of these guys, so. All showtime, you know. Crash and I laugh about Dan Cortez all the time, but that's just because, you know, a lot of the SNL skits primarily. Zach Neto and Joe Adell. Holy shit. 28 and 29 respectively, 88 and an 86, both heading to Pittsburgh for Jaden Ham, who's a low-end starter, Andreas Cedeno, a decent young starter, Guadalupe Miranda, an okay shortstop, and Andy Rodriguez, a useful catcher. The Angels just cap-dumped so hard to get rid of Neto and Adell. That's exactly what that is. So Pittsburgh's going for it. They didn't really have to give up that much to do it. But yeah, that's a big-time salary dump. And maybe, I mean, Joe Adell has 32 home runs. That really can't be buyer's remorse. But Neto, getting something for him maybe before he leaves. That is probably the least amount of return that I've seen a team get so far. Though that might be the one where you're just like, oh, man. I'm like, okay. Like, I know you're shedding some salary here, but you got to get more than that back. All right, Mr. Broadway, we can't do anything with. Paul Cortez has signed. See what we can do about Santana. How bad are the Angels? Oops. 12 games under 500. Certainly closer to the bottom than they are into the playoffs, so it could make some sense, yeah. Ask a dumb question, always. Thank you for actually saying, can I ask, instead of doing what everybody else does and just asking. Get shit on, chat. Get shit on. Wyatt Langford is heading to Pittsburgh as well. Jesus Christ, the Pirates are buying. Last year of his deal for the 27-year-old, the Rangers get Duncan Ham, the password, and Joseph Montalvo. Wow. What's the reason for cap dumping if there's no cap in this? Because technically it's still... Certain teams are still limited by internal budgets as opposed to anything else. Raging, I'm very jealous. So yeah, Langford is out. They do get a replacement project in the form of Duncan Ham, but that kind of screams that Texas isn't that good and that they might not be able to keep Langford. See if Pittsburgh has anything you want. I might be too late. But you're not wrong. Where the Pirates getting all this money? I mean, they've always had this money. They just never spend it. And use my First Amendment and ask my dumb questions when I want to. First Amendment? That doesn't fucking exist anymore. What are you talking about? Get out of here with that. So let's see. Pittsburgh. Since you're spending all the money in the world. Do you have any other prospects left? Derek Weston. Jesus Nunez isn't that good, but maybe. Ooh, Muhammad Burns. Hello. He's on the block, too. They really are going all in Pittsburgh. Interesting. Yeah, they don't have that much left. Heath Carlson, 75 overall C potential at 18. Good lord. Seth Hernandez, untouchable. Valdez, untouchable. I mean, shit, if we could get these last three, right? Connor Griffin's untouchable. Paul Skeens, last year of his deal. Well, they want pitching and a center fielder. I mean, Acuna's not exactly an improvement on Jacob Young, so I don't know if they'll go for that. But you could technically shed some salary. Let's see. Starters. Sean Burke, Hagen Smith. What about relievers? Could use Gabe Spire in this deal. Do they have anybody that was way down here that's just making way too much money? Dude's making 1.2. Because let's be honest, if they're going to want to get a center fielder, they're going to want to shed salary. Like Gary Sanchez is still making 4.8 mil as a catcher. Luis Garcia is making 7.3 as a starter. So if I were to offer those prospects, I take on Gary Sanchez for you. I give you Gabe Spear. When the hell did I get Tyler Schweitzer? What else could we do here? What makes the most sense? So obviously they're going to want more back than that. Shout out to Alpha with a pull. Wow, Toglia has actually jumped Murakami. Definitely going to have to look at some first base moves if this goes through. I'm just trying to think of what else we could really add to this deal. And what if I give you, like, Hugo Page in center, since you want a center fielder? Showtime, hopefully. This is a fucking bop. What if we randomly give you Mason Adams and Tyler Schweitzer as well? And if they take this, awesome, but hopefully they at least give a counter offer. Where's my pizza? Chose not to move forward at this time. Okay. And yeah, they just, they didn't go for it. They didn't even bother with like, hey, counter offer might work. They're just like, nah, fuck you. They just said it kindly. Eddie Trevino has not signed. It's a little bit annoying because he's not that good. What's up, Warrior? We're at, a 500 team right now. We're getting there. We got some of these late round picks being stubborn. We got Trevino signs. Oh, shit. We still got to get Keith Baco in there, too. I don't know if we're going to get this full class or not, but hopefully Trent Broadway lives up to hopes. Today is the trade deadline, and there we go. It's also the deadline to sign picks. Michael Chu's got to be top priority here, right? He signs. Now let's go for Keith Baco. He declines, so our 6th rounder walks. But we did get Santana, so our 6th rounder became the first ever dude to decline signing with us. Let's go ahead and get a save in there. Gonna get a peep at the Sox in a minute. So right now, we need to look at the future. Hopefully the future. Hopefully. Here we go. How did we do? Is Trent Broadway gonna be a star? He's okay. It's better that we picked him at 14th instead of 1st or 2nd. 61 overall, B potential. That's okay. At 19, he's got time to develop. That's not bad. Based on how some other people have gone for 14th, that's not bad. It gets us somebody in the system, so the mutton chops are looking good. Eddie Trevino, the first baseman, See potential at a 55 overall, 18 years old. Paul Cortez, 74 overall at third base. See potential for the 18-year-old, so not a bad short-term option until somebody else develops. Starting pitcher Luis Santana, 64C. Okay. Michael Chu, 44B at third base. Jesus. And then back to Trent Broadway. So, yeah, honestly, not that bad. Not insane, but not that bad. What about elsewhere? Cleveland gets a 61 overall starter and a 58 overall starter. Detroit gets a 61 overall catcher and nobody else. Oh my God, that might be the most amount of unsigned prospects I've ever seen. Kansas City gets a 56 overall reliever. Minnesota gets a 62 overall third baseman. And a lot of unsigned dudes again. Houston missed out on their first pick. They did get George Lopez. 58 overall closer. Angels get a 63 overall starter and a 53 overall starter. Athletics get nobody of note, really. Seattle gets a 62 overall starter. Texas gets a 73 overall closer, Yoel Pinheiro, reborn. Atlanta gets a 53 overall right fielder and a 65 overall closer. It's not been a great draft so far. Miami gets a 54 overall right fielder. The Mets get a 56 overall starter. I think we did much better in this draft than we realized. Chip Horvath. Philly gets a 49 overall right fielder. Boston Fields. Washington. I don't think I've ever seen an AI team worse at drafting in a video game than these Washington Nationals. This is incredible. Every fucking year. Every goddamn year. They fucking blow it. Oh my God. Pinch runner, though. Yeah, there you go. Cubs, nothing of note, really. Cincy, 65 overall starter, Jackie Williams. Pretty good. That's best player of the draft so far. Milwaukee, 63 overall catcher. That's the pick of the draft so far. God damn. Milwaukee went all in on catchers, and they got one. AI not use scouts. They do, but they can be just as inconsistent. Pittsburgh gets a 56 overall second baseman. And that is it. Ooh, St. Louis, 68 overall left fielder, the first overall pick, Juan Escobar. A 52 overall second baseman, and a 63 overall closer. So probably, and a Weinstein. Probably the best overall draft that we've seen so far. Probably. Crashy, take it easy. I'll see you tomorrow. Kakalaki. Arizona, nothing of note. Colorado took that pitcher in the top 3. He is very good. He is very, very good. Very, very good. The Dodgers get a 60 overall starter, a 53 overall shortstop, and a 52 overall reliever. San Diego. Jesus Christ, dude. This was a weird draft. The talent was very inconsistent. They do get Kevin McKinnon at second base, who's a 54. But so many players went unsigned. Giants get Tony Norris, a 59. Dave Ramirez, a 57. And Nick Doe, a 62. Baltimore gets 70 overall starter Jeff Bong and 58 overall right fielder DJ Penny. Right field is where like all the depth was in this draft. Boston gets Rod Drew, a 65 starter, a 65 closer, a 47 overall second baseman, and a 53 overall reliever. Not a bad draft for Boston. Yankees get nothing of substantial note. Tampa, 64 overall starter Barack Heim and 60 overall starter Josh Bradshaw. Blue Jays, a second baseman Norman Frazier. He's only a 49, but certainly this minefield of a draft, not that bad. And it brings us back to us with our primary picks of Trent Broadway and Michael Chu, and a couple of solid C potential guys, including Paul Cortez. So, we might have had like a top 5 draft, maybe top 10 at worst, and that's not necessarily because we were so good. It's because other teams just pooped it. Oh, did they poop it? Whether it be just the players they picked or the guys that they couldn't sign, they had a rough time. As we enter September of 2029 at 67 and 69. Not the worst team in the division by a long shot. The Tigers are 10 games back of us. That is nuts. Well, almost 10 games back. The math doesn't quite work out. But we do have 2 epic numbers. God damn it. I hate you. In terms of our September call-ups, could it be Drew Romo? Dude, Matt Henley is going to be ready to go next year. Like, next year, he can start getting some at-bats here. God damn. He's already up 4 overall this year. Second base. Ooh, Majdroth is really dropping. So Felton is taking over. Christian Campbell, had he not broken his hand, probably would have gotten the call-up. Brian Ramos is up to a 70. Billy Carlson keeps improving as a defense-first shortstop. Jordan Beck's up to a 77. Acuna's dipping a little bit. And Montgomery isn't really getting that much better, if we're being honest. So let's look here then. AAA roster. It is going to be... Is a poor on the roster? He is. Let's go Rondell Williamson and Everson Pejera. And obviously can't imagine we'll be making the playoffs, so this is mostly going to be about just finishing up this season. A little bit more player development and, well, a decent draft. AAA Ball Club won 82 games. They didn't make the playoffs. That's brutal. AA made it. We did have a pretty good farm team. Farm system, that is. 75 and 87 for the White Sox this year. No playoffs. It will be Athletics and Blue Jays. Winner plays Seattle. Cleveland and New York. Winner plays Boston. Pittsburgh and San Diego. Winner plays LA. Miami, Arizona. Winner plays Chicago. The final standings on the year. Worse than last year despite the strong start. So we were not even in the bottom 5. Yeah, we probably should save, shouldn't we? We weren't even in the bottom 5 of American League teams, though. So we're still, unless we win a lottery, aren't going to have that high of a draft pick. Go back over. Yeah, there we were on 75. And then in the NL, God, the Rockies were dreadful. Yeah, we were barely, if at all, a bottom 10 team. The Rockies were dreadful. As far as statistics are concerned, At catcher, Kyle Teal, 11 home runs, 54 RBI. Teal was pretty good. Edgar was all right when he played. It's not too bad. Does it have any base in reality that the Sim just decided to hate on Washington? Column A, column B. Probably just more hating on Washington. First base, Toglia and Murakami. Toglia, 34 home runs on the year. Murakami with a career low of 12. Jesus. I mean, he was better than Toglia in terms of OPS and on base, but oh my god. Second base, Madroth and Felton. Neither were that particularly that great at the plate, but again, Felton's getting ready to take over. Third base, Dustin Harris only had 85 at bats. It's pretty good when he played, though. Just under an 8 OPS. Colson Montgomery, 32 home runs, 92 RBI, 843 OPS, and a 334 on base. That's okay. We know a bunch of our guys are going to strike out a ton. Jordan Beck, Gold Glove winner last year somehow, but 16 home runs, 74 RBIs, but a 668 OPS. When he hit the ball, it went far, but if he didn't hit the ball, he didn't hit the ball a lot. Baldwin and Acuna, 20 more home runs, 93 RBIs for Baldwin, who was playing third base again this year. He was solid. Acuna continues to leave quite a bit, to desire at the plate. And then Braden Montgomery, 18 home runs, 57 RBIs. Decent season for him. Everson got 49 at-bats in September and didn't do much. 315 on base is okay. So, I mean, if we look at those position players, there's just so many strikeouts, man. There's just so many strikeouts. Whoops. And then for the pitchers, our win leader, my player on Road to the Show just got picked by the Nats. You can be the savior. Or that means you actually suck, because that's the only type of player they draft. 34 saves for Grant Taylor, down from 50 last year. Strikeout leader was Hagen Smith, actually, over Shane Smith, who, again, at a time, looked like he could have been on a Cy Young pace. Maybe he could still be, depending on what else was going on there in terms of around the league. But really quickly here then, just as a general, yeah, Shane Smith led with a 1.9 WAR. Mike Vasil was the only guy in the negatives, though. So, and the pitching staff was serviceable. And then for position players, Colson Montgomery, Kyle Teal, Brooks Baldwin really led the way. No one was really that bad either. Like, we weren't good. We weren't bad, but we weren't good. You know? Fairly common. We were just a bang average team. The winner of the 2029 World Series, your Las Vegas Athletics, have beaten the Dodgers in Game 7. The Vegas Athletics have won the World Series. Led by 95 overalls, Nick Kurtz, the returning Mason Miller, Brent Rooker, Soderstrom, Bieber, Jeremiah Estrada, Michael King, Cole. Oh my God, that pitching staff, though. Whoo, that pitching staff. God damn. That is some depth. That bullpen with Estrada, Abreu, Miller, and Coppin. That's not bad. Pitt went all in, didn't win around. Thus is the curse of Pittsburgh baseball. But Freddie Furman at catcher, Kurtz, Bryson Stott, Max Muncy, Wilson, Leo DeVries. That's a damn good team, man. That's a damn good team. Fair play. Fair play. But yeah, the poor Pirates, right? Like, pretty much going all in. They don't even win a playoff game. I mean, that top three, I mean, obviously with Skeens, too. We got charged with the loss, presumably in game one. And the bullpen looked pretty good. Shane Langoliers at catcher. Aranda and Lau. Jazz. Brenda Donovan. Griffin and Neto. Langford in the outfield. Jacob Young. Joe Waddell. Bryant, man. That's rough. That is rough. In terms of, and you know what, we'll save it here again, just because the award winners could change if this doesn't save. So the Pirates really are cursed. Apparently. Have they tried moving to Vegas? That could work. In terms of your award winners, Nick Kurtz was your World Series MVP. Fair enough. He is going to be the problem of all problems in franchise mode this year. This is going to be his year. Tyler Soderstrom, though, how did he get ALCS MVP over Kyle Stowers? Okay. I've already kind of made a note of, like, award logic. Like, how does Kyle Stowers not win ALCS MVP there? That's crazy. That is crazy. Regardless. And then it was Will Smith leading the way, rightfully so, for the Dodgers. Let's see. Your AL MVP, Juan Soto, who again was traded to Boston in the middle of last season. The Mets said, we need out of this contract. And they're paying for it because he was outstanding. The rightful winner. With Raleigh and, of course, Devers, who's in Toronto. 50 home runs. I can't imagine in real life if Rafael Devers ended up back in the AL East and then put up numbers like that. The Red Sox subreddit would melt. It would be something. NL MVP, Joe Adell. I can't really disagree with it either. I mean, the average is a bit low, but obviously the home runs, the RBIs, Joe Adell is nuts. Your AL Cy Young, Brian Wu. Back-to-back Cy Youngs for Seattle. And, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he won it. I'd say off that one's certainly more debatable. I mean, Skubal, Crochet. There's some stats to argue there. Your NL Cy Young goes to Christopher Sanchez, and yeah, there's really no debating that one unless you really prioritize the Skeens strikeouts, you know. Your AL batting title, Roman Anthony. Makes sense. Kyle Teal finished third. Your NL batting title, Xavier Edwards. AL reliever of the year, Garrett Whitlock. Can't debate that one at all. I mean, I guess well, if you want to debate ERA and strikeouts, maybe. 50 saves. Munoz had a shout. NL reliever of the year, Cade Smith. I probably would have given it to Edwin Diaz. ERA is higher. Well, only one save fewer. 13 more Ks. I don't know, man. Your AL Rookie of the Year, Xavier Isaac in Tampa over John Palero and Steven Zobak? I don't know. Yeah, really no denying there that Isaac was the right call, I would say. Obviously, Zobak didn't have... Okay, cool. It does show that it switches to ERA and strikeouts. That's fun. NL Rookie of the Year, Dakota Jordan in San Fran over the Mets' Ryan Clifford and Owen Casey. Might have gone for Ryan Clifford. Hank Aaron Award winners, Roman Anthony and Geraldo Perdomo. Did we have any gold glovers or silver sluggers? Marcelo Meyer won a gold glove. I tried to get him off of Boston for like 3 years. They wouldn't budge. No gold glovers this year. Silver sluggers. We really were just average across the board, weren't we? We really, really were. Nothing of note going on there. As we head to the 2030s, just like that, we do lose a couple of guys. Chase Coleman was a D potential. Honus McKnight was a D potential. Garrett Cole retired as a Tiger. George Springer's gone. Oh, man, yeah. So, see, George Springer plummeted. Whereas someone like Aaron Judge has not. So, Giancarlo Stanton retires at a 61 as a member of the Cubs. And Chris Sale goes in to the Hall of Fame as a White Sox. Because the Red Sox didn't keep him. Idiots. You can say that with hindsight, though. First base coach, third base coach, and farm director are needed. Eric Young Jr. Don't fire Eric. We will go for a Francesco Rosa. And at third base, we will go for Eli Zachary. 2 first names. Farm director, Ronald Salas, Caleb Cottom, Enrique Ramirez. Power control, durability, discipline power. Let's go for Joaquin Trevino. He's older, but he looks good. See if those guys take those deals. And Gabe Spire is our only exclusive negotiation. Man wants way too much term. That's just not going to happen. So, Gabe, you will be on the way out. You will be, you will be. Oh, Trevino, come on, you old bastard. What if I give you $2 million a year? Yeah, now you're interested, huh? Rosa took the... God, you know how bad it is, man? Well, then again, if you're a hitting coach for the Rockies or a third base coach... yeah, you know, I thought it was hitting coach for a minute. I was going to say, if you're a hitting coach for the Rockies, yeah, it's going to look like you're great. Ramon Rahab. Let's see if you take that deal. Trevino's on. Rahab said no. Got people completing programs left and right. I don't know how many times I turn that off, it still bounces back. So we still need a first base and a third base coach. Let's go for Johnny Ramirez then. And instead of Zachary, let's go for Chad Motola. Chad Motorola. Aside from that, I think we are okay. Oh, shit, I didn't see what button I hit. I didn't see what button I hit. Mr. Motorola, we gotta offer you more money. There you go. Please take the deal. Please take the deal. Scout-wise, if we take a dude who's bad at discovery but good at everything else, he will generally be cheaper. Mainly we need to replace this guy here who can't really scout pitchers. And that way we are looking okay. At least we should be looking okay. Anybody else who's just really bad at discovery but good at everything else? I think that's probably all we're going to have. Yeah, I think who we have is who we got. Cool. So we got to figure out the 40, man. I'm going to save here as well, just because we have learned our lesson. Save early, save often. Save early, save often. All right, so catchers. Romo. Wow, Romo jumped up to a 74. Good for him. To the 40 man with Drew Romo. If we lose Appel, if we lose Turner, so be it. First base. Henley does not have to be added yet, so he won't be. But let's be honest, he's going to need to be. Like, he's going to be on that 40 man. Wilver Dung, if we lose you, whatever. Second base. We don't want to lose Campbell for nothing if we can help it. Felton, Majoroth. We'll add Gonzalez. We'll add Jacob Berry. Oh, shit. All right, everything there looks fine. Third base, Paul Cortez. He's ready to go. He is ready to go. And we'll add Brian Ramos as well. We do have a full 40 man now. So if we lose Ramos, that's fine. And those guys are really eligible. Shortstops. We are at risk of losing Kyle Lodis. Definitely at risk of losing more players than I would prefer. We need to go back and reestablish our trade block here. Edgar Caro, I would still like to see you go. And much to catcher's chagrin, Drew Romo also needs to go to the block. First base, Toglia, Murakami. You are both no longer needed now that Matt Henley is here. Second base, Campbell's definitely on the block. Majoroth is on the block. Gonzalez is on the block because Doug Felton is the man. Third base, Harris, Ramos, Suisbel, all on the block. Shortstop, still Carlson, Guerrero, Ladis, Vargas, Barrow. We got the maximum number of people on the block already. Sprinkle's still there. Baldwin. There's a lot of people we could move out, honestly. There's a lot of people that could get traded here. A lot. How is that going to work out? I guess we'll prioritize pretty much anybody that we don't need. But primarily that's above a 75. Just to try and get the deal to go through a bit more quickly. And then we'll see if there's anybody else that we can add. Like, I mean, center field, Baldwin or Acuna, like one of them's got to go. We got to make a choice there. And starters. I'll take Paez out of there, but a Poor could certainly go too. Relievers. All right. It's 9 dudes on the blocks. Then we can definitely add a couple more. So Romo. Dustin Harris. Peguero. Sprinkle. Pineto's already there. Okay. The untouchables list is Kyle Teal and Arthur Hicks. Henley, only guy at first. Second base, Felton. Third base, for the moment, Paul Cortez. Broadway, Simons, Presley, and Chu. Holy hell. Well, we certainly got options at third base now. Shortstop, no one untouchable. Left field, just Jordan Beck. We need him in that starting spot. Center, gotta get rid of somebody in right field, Montgomery and Beavers. Starters and relievers. For relievers, Vizcaino's untouchable. Taylor's untouchable. Starters, Smith, Burke. Guess you can make an argument about whether or not Smith and Burke should be untouchable at this point, but... And then Ronald Walsh. Okay. Trade targets. We'll see. But in terms, then, of what we need right now, it's just we got to get rid of certain dudes for prospects and get that next generation in there. Like, if we wanted a better third baseman than Cortez, maybe a better outfielder than Jordan Beck. Starter, I feel like we're okay. Let's go third base. Oh my god, please. Okay, they have to fix this, though. Third base and left and center. They had the mechanic that 2K uses. Indeed. All right. So again, we have looked plenty of times over the years for who the best third basemen are. We have not been able to pull off a trade. We tried to get Marcelo Meyer plenty of times. He's not on the block, so we're probably not going to be able to pull it off, but I will signal to the Red Sox that I still want Marcelo. Diego Cordova from the Yankees. Blanco not movable. I mean, we could tell Tampa, hey, Junior Caminero would be cool. And he's only 26. Gorman, no. Nobody there. We might have to debate about who the best options are here, but for the most part, Okamoto's found his way to Minnesota already. Mark Melendez would have been nice, but they don't want to trade him. Carlos Correa's old as hell. That guy. Oh, Philly finally moved that guy, and they moved into the damn Angels, who don't want to move him. Ain't that a bitch when you've been trying to get somebody for years, and they're just like, nah, we're sending him here instead. Austin Riley's 32. Bryce Lewis is 30. Reimer, they don't want to move. Mauricio. Jose Ramirez. He's still a 78 at age 37. That's not that bad. We tried to get Matt Shaw quite a bit. Jose Tena. We can remember the Nationals. How could we forget them off of how they've been drafting? The Red Sox moved Jim Rogers to the Reds. He's not really going to help right now, though. But that could be the last guy. Yeah, Padres don't want to move Keaton McKee. Vesperis. Well, the Giants could move Tony Norris and Lee Hu. So let's get Caminero and Meyer out of there and just say we primarily want prospects still. So with the Giants, Tony Norris, Lee Hu. That works. So what that means for us right now is in free agency, there's really nobody that we need, if we're being honest. Like, there are certain positions where we could get upgrades if the players are young enough. But for the most part, right now, I just need people to trade for some of our players. We have too many dudes for too few spots, and somebody's gotta go. Particularly at first base, please. So we'll worry about the 40-man deadline shortly. Salary arbitration. Hagen Smith. 8.1 mil, or he could take this deal here for 13.9. So we'll offer arbitration of 8.1 mil. We're finally going to have to pay up with him a little bit. And Noah Schultz, 7 mil flat. 7 mil flat, or that 12.5. If we can pay him now, we might as well pay him and save ourselves money in the short term. And then Keaton Wynn. He's 32 at this point. He's just kind of a dude. And he's cheap enough. 1.2 mil. Yeah, might as well go for him. He's cheap enough. And then the contract chicken tenders. Which, again, the AI can do on their own, but sometimes they will let go of players for you that you might not have wanted. So I missed the instant trade, or at least the value bar. I have 10 guys I want to trade, but I don't know what their value is. I can't say I missed the value bar, but I understand your point. I mean, it puts the emphasis on you to research a little bit, you know? Some people don't want the research and just want to get that kind of instant, okay, what can I get? But me personally, I'm not against that idea of just like, hey, got to do the research to move certain people. It's just I was thinking for a while, like, we should be good to let teams come to us. And we have moved on from some people, but we haven't moved on from enough at this point with the way players have developed. And again, I want to keep everybody that I can here. At least for now. I'm good with everybody that's on this roster sticking around. We obviously just won't be able to protect everybody. But yeah, like I said, I don't necessarily trust the AI to not cut some of these dudes, and I just don't want them messing with my roster. But it's good to have that on auto if you don't really care about some, like, AA or under. But, you know, maybe on occasion the problem is a AAA dude could get cut, and that's how we lost Tim Elko, right? He was like a 72 and they didn't renew him. So much easier to just take 2 minutes to do this and look at a very heavy flashing screen. Honestly, when it mentioned, like, oh yeah, the AI will do the renewable things, like, I was just kind of hoping, like, I could do, like, a checkbox. Instead of that, like, just give me the ability to, like, put a check next to someone's name to say renew or not renew. You know? It's probably a harder project for them to pull off in a yearly release game, but that would be nice as well. Because for every player here, it's what? About 4 to 5 clicks? When instead, I could just click a yes or no option for somebody. But it's really not that big of a deal. But I still think for players that are more, like, super in tuned, it's not, that automation system isn't quite what people were hoping for. So free agents this year. There's some big ones. At catcher, Hunter Goodman, Francisco Alvarez, and it dips a bit with Bo Naylor, Austin Wells, and a few others. We do have Kyle Teal. If we didn't, I'd probably be in for Francisco Alvarez. First base, Michael Bush, Jonathan Aranda, Nate Lowe, Tristan Casas, Noah Chanul. Nobody that we need. Second base, Bryce Terang, Brandon Lowe, Zach Aguiloff, Xavier Edwards. Again, nobody really that we need. Yeah, Alvarez would have been the big one of interest so far. Third base, Mark Vientos, Brett Beatty, Jordan Westberg. Again, nobody, too much work for the small indie. Honestly, though, I mean, you say that, and obviously I get it, but at the same time, like, Christ. With the way that every developer is treated nowadays, look at what happened with, like, the Battlefield team suffering cuts. Every fucking video game developer might as well be treated, it is basically treated like an indie dev at this point. You can freaking do as much as you can and turn a profit, and it doesn't even matter. Still get fired. So, I mean, yeah, for, you know, not saying don't strive for more, but at the same time, like, these devs are in a rough fucking spot, man. But, again, critique is obviously more than fair. It, you know, in theory, is your money you're parting with, right? Ellie De La Cruz, 28 years young. There's also Zach Neto at 29. No qualifying offer. And there's even Mason Wynn at 27. The problem is we do have Colson Montgomery there, who's also 28. He's an 84. So Mason Wynn, probably not worth the upgrade. Neto or Ellie certainly would be, but obviously the price, for Ellie would be crazy. Colson could play third. That's true. Don't know if my manager would play him there, but he could. Thank God, man. 10-year deal for Ellie De La Cruz with compensation given up. Profits over products been the downfall of gaming. Well, yeah, like I said, for everything else, too. That's the problem. It'd be one thing if it was exclusive to gaming, but obviously it's very much not. We'll come back to that. Left field, Wyatt. Ooh, no qualifying offer for Wyatt Langford. I mean, Beck has been okay for us. I don't want Toglia to play left. Langford at 28 could be that nice improvement on Toglia. That said, he is showing signs of regressing already at 28. 108 strikeouts last. Oof. Even those OPS numbers, I'm not moved. I'm not moved for $32 million a year. No, thank you. No, thanks. Center field, Colton Cowser. Not that big of an improvement. He's an improvement, but not that gigantic of an improvement on who we have. And in right field, Kyle Tucker, Matt Wallner, Willie Abreu. So if we were to go for anybody, I mean, Ellie, right? Like, if we just take that shot and go for an Ellie De La Cruz, who is still getting better. He's up to a 98, for God's sakes. And is coming off of a very strong year compared to some of the other prior years. That could be worth it. But I also need to look at pitchers really quickly as well. So for closers, Mason Miller, Cade Smith, Edwin Diaz. Some good closers. Everyone's on the wrong side of 30. But obviously, like, a 3-year deal for Cade Smith isn't that bad. Even a 5-year deal for Mason Miller could be interesting. Yeah, Raging, that's how it goes, right? Unfortunately. Catcher, we got Kyle Teal. I mean, again, like, Hunter Goodman's and Francisco Alvarez are an improvement. But the idea of, okay, well, then we got to try to trade Kyle Teal is not what I want to deal with right now. Not at all. Not at all. And then first base, we know we have a rookie coming up, so why spend the money on Michael Busch? You know, who's good. But if we can keep prices low for now, we should. Like Bryce Terang at second, but like Doug's right there. Qualifying offer for Bryce, too. With the relievers, Estrada, Vesia, Whitlock. And obviously the very interesting one is Paul Skeens, who is only 27. Who is only 27. I mean, this certainly feels like the time where we should take a shot at a Skeens or a De La Cruz. That would certainly be a signal of intent. Like a 30-year-old player like Brian Wu, that's not bad. Same for like Cade Smith, Mason Miller, Hunter Green, Toronto. All these 30-year-old players, Zach Neto at 29. Like, it's not bad. Langford at 28 is kind of rough. Do both. I don't know if I can afford both, guys. Calm down. Let's start with one. So we know that Ellie was doing well. Skeens has hit a 99 and stayed there. I mean, you're good for 220 strikeouts a year, basically. I mean, he's a beast. He is an absolute beast. This is kind of what we've been waiting for. And again, we talked about Ellie in some of his prior seasons. But even when he wasn't doing so hot at the plate, he was still so fucking good defensively. He had an 8.9 WAR this past season. Qualifying offer, too. If we were to talk to Skeens, if we were to talk to De La Cruz. Positional needs starter, positional needs shortstop. Maybe just talk to these two and see what's up. I mean, if we're going to make a change with our already established roster, we have until November 20th. We got 10 days to try to make something happen with some of these other moves. Something else needs to happen. If we go front office, trade hub, MLB trade blocks. Primarily, we are fishing for players with potential that aren't even necessarily that good. Harper, yeah, Bryce Harper's still a 77. You know, let's just go in general to the bottom. So yeah, like all of these dudes here, I'm cool with. I don't really want the higher rated guys. Honestly, I didn't think there'd be this many 70s. Holy. Sorry, you know what, fuck it then. So really, anybody at a sub 70 with a good potential is someone I'm interested in. And that factors in a lot of second basemen. Holy shit. Burns, Ruiz, Quiones, Frazier. Nobody at third. Couple options at short, including an A potential and Eddie Hernandez. You know what, let's go fishing for A's first. I mean, Norman Frazier, he's way down there, but at least has an A potential. If we were to talk to Toronto, starters, second, and left. Well, we can certainly give you an improvement at second base with Christian Campbell. Honestly, even if like I'm losing value on this, I'm fine with it because at least we move out Campbell and we get a younger guy because we just don't have a use for Campbell with Doug Felton here. Yeah, honestly, if they take this, I'm cool with it. I don't know if they will, but just, yeah, player for prospect. I'm good with that if they take it. And then it was shortstops. Eddie Hernandez from the Yankees. They want reliever, catcher, and third baseman. So catchers, Edgar Caro, would be perfect. Because we don't need that good of a backup catcher who's never going to replace Kyle Teal. Honestly, if they take that, I'm good with it. Like, that's fine. It might not be, like, perfect value in return, but I'm fine with it. Center field, doesn't appear like we'll have any A's. Right field, Robert Walters. He is 24, but could test this out with Cleveland. Closer, catcher, and left. That could be the Drew Romo trade. But also in left, we have Beck and Sprinkle. How do you feel about getting Drew Romo? I know catcher will hate me, but he'll forgive me. And they said they consider that. And then closers, extrams, 70. Do we have any A relievers? No, we do not. And what about starters? Jimmy Merritt, also in Cleveland. So what about like Jordan Sprinkle? Jairo Iriarte. Just try it, see what happens. We got enough pieces there moving. Let's wait for some responses. We got our third base coach. And all right, the Yankees have accepted that trade. We have dealt backup catcher, the 78 overall Edgar Caro, for the 20-year-old shortstop, a potential Eddie Hernandez. Like I said, could we have probably gotten more back? Sure. But we got what we needed. Caro's gone, roster spot, freed up, 40-man spot freed up, and we got a good shortstop prospect. Good. Cleveland wants a counter there. Robert Walters for Everson Pereira. Ooh. I'm okay with that too. We were looking at moving Pereira. He's 28 and a 78. But that would still get us Robert Walters. Pereira had to go anyway, so you know what? I'm good with that counter. And then Cleveland wants Christian Campbell and Jordan Sprinkle for Jimmy Merritt. I'm good with all of this. So, Pereira for Walters, we're good. We will take that deal. Ah, shit. I didn't realize Campbell had the other thing, and it's fine. Whatever. We still have that other Campbell deal out for the moment. Toronto, we really need an answer here. Okay, Chicago. Jesus Christ. So they want Chase Majeroth, who's now our backup second baseman, Michael Toglia, Jordan Sprinkle, and Leover Peguero. They want 4 of the dudes on our block for Shane Armstrong, who's actually not bad for a C potential, 21 and a 66. Jay Thornton, who's definitely a project shortstop. Elvis Lopez is certainly a nothing, and then Charles McAdoo is certainly a nothing. Is it the best return? No. Certainly not. Thornton and Armstrong are okay, though. The other trade offer is Armstrong in exchange for Brooks Baldwin. We're going to take that first deal. It's a lot of moving pieces, but it gets rid of some dudes that we don't need. Would I love to get more back from Michael Toglia? Yes. Certainly. But right now, I don't really care about fair return. I'm prioritizing more freeing up the roster space for other young players to step in. But then again, if we could do Baldwin, who has been good for us, maybe not. Maybe not. That's a bit too low. Like, I am desperate to move some players out, but that is too low. Brooks Baldwin for Armstrong. We're going to decline that. And then that big deal, too. We're going to decline that as well. The Blue Jays are being real dicks right now. They're waiting way too fucking long. Let's go back to starters. Jimmy Merritt from Cleveland. Closer, Iriarte. Catcher, Drew Romo. Left fielder, Jordan Sprinkle. Give me Jimmy Merritt. Any other A's? No. Let's do one more pass here before we start looking at some B potential dudes. Norm Frazier, we already have that offer out. The Blue Jays would get back to me. It's been over a week. That would be great. All right, looks like B potentials now at best. Yeah, Buck Sohn's out there. Anderley. Okay. So if we start from the bottom, we scroll up. I don't really want anybody over like a 68 right now. Or do I? I did say sub 70. So like Louis Anderley from the Yankees. Can we get this guy? Starter, reliever, third baseman. Third base is perfect because we have Dustin Harris. And reliever. Give you Keaton Wynn. And starter Duncan Davitt. Just have some usable pieces that we don't want to use, please and thank you. There's also Aaron Newton from Miami. First base. Well, we do need to move Toglia and Murakami. It's just, is that a big enough return? Do the Marlins have anybody else in the system? Steven Young, a random right fielder. Anybody else? Buxone in center field. Flores and Sign. Ooh, they do got some pieces. They do have some pieces. What about Signs as well? This could be the right deal for Toglia. They also need a shortstop. We could use Billy Carlson there. I really don't want to. So what if we give you Alexander Vargas? And in right, I don't really have much to give you. I'll give you Brian Park if you want him. See if they're willing to do that at all. And we will save. Certainly trying to get these pieces moving, but Edgar Caro was the first one to really go. And Everson Pereira for Robert Walters. We signed Schultz to that 3-year deal. And we got a bunch of renewals. A ton. So arbitration, just Hagen Smith and Keaton Wynn. Still waiting for those two. Robert Walters needs his contract renewed. And Eddie Hernandez needs his renewed. So there we go. And we got a couple more days before we got to sort out the 40. Ramirez didn't accept. Okay. Well, again, we're kind of lowballing ourselves big time on this one with the Blue Jays, but we just have to get rid of Christian Campbell. We got a young, long shot second baseman back, but I don't care. Just Campbell needs to go. We need to free up that money. So that is going to be accepted. Or is it? Did I misread? What the fuck just happened? Did they decline it? Or did they accepted it outright because, yeah, I keep forgetting to do that because we offered that. Who's my favorite wrestler in 2K26? Let me guess, this is a custom character moveset, right? Who is my favorite character in WWE 2K26? I'm looking at the full roster really quickly. It's a big-ass roster, man. Shit. Vader. Let's just go Vader. Let's just go with Vader. You look like Guile. Awesome. All right, so that deal did go through. It's Doogie time. All right. Back to the front office, trade hub. So I guess that other deal just outright got declined because I don't see it there. Damn it. That's okay. Back to staff contracts, not scouts. We have a lot going on this offseason. Still need a first base coach, though. Del Harris. Please sign here. Fucking hell, Del. I can't get a first base coach to save my life. Greg Triola. The big tree. Blockbuster trade. Seattle gets the massive contract of Chris Bubich for Willard Gregory. Okay. Omar Miea, not bad. Ryland Thomas. Yeah, not a bad deal. And Griffin Jacks was dealt 1-for-1 for Greg Granger, who's an okay second baseman. That is That is definitely a cap dump from Baltimore, though. All right, we got to set up this 40-man then. At catcher, Romo is on the roster. If we lose Appel or Turner, that's fine. First base, we're still trying like hell to move Toglia and Murakami. If we lose Verdung, whatever. Second base, all those guys are protected for now. Third base, Cortez I just won't add yet. Ramos, I guess we'll try to protect. Shortstops. Lodis, I don't want to lose for nothing if I can help it. Vargas. Boston Barrow. Yeah, if we lose Barrow, we lose him. Damn. Unless we can pull off another trade here. Follows Rule 5 eligible. Hugo Page. Well, we're pretty much guaranteed to at least have some players at risk in the Rule 5 here. At least, players that we wouldn't necessarily want to lose for nothing. But that just is what it is. There's not much I can do about it. It's because these other damn deals haven't gone through yet. It is nice, though, to have certain situations now, though, where it's like, okay, we gotta make some moves. Mason Miller signs a 6-year, $18 million per contract with the Red Sox as the number 5 targets. Greg Triola did not accept, and I still am just like not hearing back from these fuckers. It's killing me. How long do you got to think about these trade offers, fellas? Come on now. Let's get some deals done here. Brandon O'Connell. Will you accept my offer? Yes. Some alternatives. We decided not to proceed with the offer right now. All right, Yankees rejected. Cleveland rejected as well. Bryce Terang gets an 8-year, $25 million per contract with the Dodgers. Mr. Terang, you rang? The fucking bank rang at this point. All right, back to the hub. Back to the blocks. I still want Jimmy Merritt from Cleveland if I can get him. Closer, Iriarte. Catcher, Drew Romo. Left field, Jordan Sprinkle. And who can I throw in as a sweetener? Felix Tavares isn't much of a sweetener. What about Shane Murphy, who's not very good? And what about... Well, actually, that'll be about it. All right, Cleveland, come on. Let's make something happen here, Cleveland. Do we have any other A's? I don't think we do. All right, Yankees. I would really like Louis Anderle. Who do we have at third that we could give up? Dustin Harris. In terms of a reliever, we'll talk about it. And in terms of a starter, got a couple options. What if we give up Keaton Wynn, Mason Adams, Tyler Switzer? Let's make it happen, New York. Let's make it happen. Gregory Ojeda from the Athletics. That can also be a Drew Romo offer. That can be a Dustin Harris offer. And we'll throw Keaton Wynn in there. First come, first serve, everybody. We need these deals done. Aaron Newton from Miami. That, again, could be the Michael Toglia. Give me Stephen Young. I know they had other people. Buxone. And then Signs. We have tried this before. We will give you Toglia. We will give you Alex Vargas. We will give you Brian Park. And Liover Peguero. Let's make it happen, please. And Hayden Davis, reliever, also from the Athletics. So let's try this. You're not going to believe it. I will offer you Keaton Wynn. I will offer you Jordan Appel. And I will offer you Brian Ramos. Let's make something happen here. And after that, we drop down quite a bit towards Brady Turley of the Boston Red Sox. Do you have any other prospects you could offer me so I can offer you a big first baseman? The answer is yes. Let's go up to the top of the list. Who do they have? Who do they have? Who do they have? Who do they have? Turley, Kodai Senga, not exactly a prospect. Andre Thurston, Gary McCormick, Andrew Slater. I would love to give you Michael Toglia. I would love to give you Brian Park. I would love to give you Mason Adams and Tyler Switzer. Cool. And Buxton, we already have in a different deal. Will any of these trades go through? Dustin Harris is no longer with the White Sox, making one of your pending trades impossible. Keaton Wynn is no longer possible. Mason, okay, so a deal definitely went through. Apparently for the Yankees, they just robbed me, according to them. I disagree. We pick up center fielder Louis Anderle, 20 years old, 69 overall center fielder, for Dustin Harris, Tyler Schweitzer, Mason Adams, and Keaton Wynn. So they do get 4 usable players for a center fielder who's still probably like a year or two away. But the Yankees take that deal. And the Marlins rejected the deal surrounding Toglia again. But that is not bad. And in free agency, neither Skeens nor Ellie are all that interested in us. We'll just keep fighting for them. We will just keep fighting. So, back out of that. Tender offers. Louis Anderle, renew that deal. All right. So again, catchers. Right now it is Teal and Romo. If we lose anybody else, it's fine. First base. If we lose Verdung, it's fine. Second base. We're good. Third base. We can add Cortez. Okay, well, we can't do anything with the Rule 5 right now anyway. It's fine. Okay, how many other deals do we have in the irons in the fire right now? Just the Jimmy Merritt trade. We'll go ahead and wait. Blockbuster trade. Yankees give up 76 overall starter, 26-year-old Carlos LaGrange to Philly for Adrian Morejon, the 87 overall reliever. The ghost of Kyle Schwarber, making $30 million a year. The ghost of Jose Ramirez, making $25 million a year. And Bryce Wilson. The Yankees just took on so much fucking salary to get Adrian Morejon. It's crazy. God damn, the New York retirement home. Now or never for Ellie De La Cruz. It's not going to happen. Ellie lands in Atlanta. The Yankees are like, it's just money. Who cares, right? 12 years, $33 million per for Ellie De La Cruz to go to Atlanta. Holy shit. Yeah, we weren't competing with that. Christopher Sanchez is on his way to Philly. 5-year deal, $49 million per for the number 3 free agent. Holy shit. 5 years, $49 million per. And then Brian Wu gets 7 years, $43 million per from the Padres. Good Lord. All right. Cleveland has again rejected our offer for Jimmy Merritt. Well, we are certainly all in for Paul Skeens now. If he just holds on long enough to somehow help us generate some interest, we will see. So back to the trade hub. Back to the blocks. Let's keep working. Let's keep working. Still trying to pull off some of these deals. Athletics for Gregory Ojeda. Did they have anybody else? Hayden Davis. Might as well just check when we're here, right? If they had anybody else. David Murdoch. Definitely some projects. Okay. So we got a starter, reliever, and a third baseman. So third baseman would probably be Ramos, ideally. Reliever. There's a couple. And then starter. What about Paez? What about Duncan Davitz? There's no way, right? And then relievers. We'll throw in Juan Miella. At least give me a counter, you know? At least give me a counter. Fishing for a counter. Hayden Davis we were already going for. The list of prospects on the trading block is starting to dry up here, too. That's not good. The Red Sox with Turley. Again, I want Slater. I want McCormick. I want the whole bunch. Arthur Webb, maybe, if there wasn't anybody else. I want the whole shebang. All right. First baseman, Toglia. Right fielder, Park. Starter. Connor McCullough? But how about this? 2 first basemen for the price of 1. Toglia and Munetaka Murakami. Huh? That way Matt Henley can start? Please? We'll see if any of these go through. Or either of these, I should say. Something went through. Something went through. What went through? I don't know what went through. Never mind. Nothing went through? What went through? What the hell happened there? Oh, who I was trying to trade for probably disappeared. Never mind. Good, they took another deal. Cade Smith goes to Milwaukee. Not bad. 4-year deal. $14.6 million per. Here's another day for free agents. I don't want Langford. We're going to keep working on Skeens. Athletics have declined that deal. That brings us to the draft lottery, in which we have a 1.1% chance of winning. It's the Rockies, Mets, and the Giants with the top odds. So expect another low pick is my guess. We move up 7 spots to land the 5th overall pick behind the Mets, Rockies, Tigers, and Giants. How do you like that? Damn, dude, the Cardinals got shafted. But we will have the 5th overall pick. I am okay with that. Like, there's pressure to do well there, but not too much pressure, you know? Oh, goodness. Okay. What else? Who else? Anybody else? Anybody else prospect-wise? Please. Gregory Ojeda from the Athletics. Let's try again. You have anybody else? David Murdoch. Hayden Davis. Starter, reliever, and a third baseman. Third baseman. I'll give you the Swiss Bell. Reliever. I'll give you Jordan Leisure. I'll give you Alexander Alberto. And Jet almost. We'll go for Christian Apor here. I was hoping I'd be done with this offseason, but we got a lot of stubborn people when it comes to trades. Eden Davis we were already going for. Like I said, this list of available people is shrinking. We'll try again for Brady Turley. Again, Toglia, Murakami. We'll add Slater, McCormick. Okay, that's it. Toglia, Murakami, Brian Park, and we'll give you Yedixon Paez. Not going to leave you with too much salary left, but it's fine. You'll be fine. Buxton from Miami with Stephen Young. With Joaquin Flores, with Eduardo Sainz. You want a reliever. Wilkerman Gonzalez. You want a left fielder, Jordan Sprinkle. You want a right fielder, Brian Park. And then just please, for the love of God, take Michael Toglia. For the love of God. He hit 30 home runs last year. He's a great player. Somebody should want him. Cleveland with Jimmy Merritt. Give me Gene Waldron as well. Catcher, you can have Drew Romo. Left field, you can have Jordan Sprinkle. Closer, you can have Iriarte. And you're not going to believe it, have a Munetaka Murakami as well. Please, just I need him gone. Thank you. Muhammad Burns on Pittsburgh. Alexi Quinones as well. Nunez would be nice. And, yep, the fun can end there. That's fine. First baseman, you're not going to believe this. Toglia and Murakami, both available. And Jordan Sprinkle. And Sam Zavala. Let's go Pittsburgh. Let's make a deal here. Please. We already have a deal out for Murdoch. George Graham of the Dodgers with Jimmy Griffith. Gold. All right, come on. The Dodgers, you love trading prospects for the players in the now, right? You get Jairo Iriarte. You get Jordan Leisure. You get Christian Apor and Yedixon Paez. What's not to love there, right? What's not to love? Brian Ruiz on Seattle. Can I pair you with anybody else? Tom Byers is untouchable. All right, Brian Ruiz. You want a shortstop? Here's like 7. Vargas, Peguero, Lodis, Boston Barrow. Like, I just need these guys gone. Take them. For the love of God, take them. Take them away. Quinones we were already going for. Waldron we were already going for. Okay, there we go. That's all we can do. For the love of God, take the shortstops. Murakami's no longer with the way. Aha! Murakami's gone. One of our trades did fall apart, though. So we have landed Jimmy Merritt and Gene Waldron. We've landed Jimmy Merritt from Cleveland, from Munetaka Murakami, Drew Romo, Jordan Sprinkle, and Jairo Iriarte. Not bad at all. Munetaka, thank you for your service, but it was time for you to go. It was time for you to go. All right, Rule 5 time. There's no way we're going to be able to really do anything here. We still have a couple of Stokes in the fire here. Michael Bush signs a 4-year, $21 million per contract with the Pirates. That brings us to the Rule 5. Again, I can't imagine we're actually going to need anybody here. I mean, I guess we could get a replacement for Romo with, like, Ronald Hernandez. First base, we could use a backup there, but until Toglia is gone, there's nothing to do. Although Pablo Guerrero's there, he's interesting. But yeah, until Toglia is gone, I can't guarantee anything. Second base, we got too many people there as it is. Third base, the James Gruber's still there, but it's just not good. Shortstop, too many people. Left field, Center field, hey, Drew Jones, still there. I can't believe it. And right field, Yanquiel Fernandez. It's not bad. Starters. Honestly, we will not take anybody. We will forego our selection. Thank you. A lot of people are going in this year's Rule 5. Goddamn. All right, let's see. Paul Skeens is still out there. We have almost gotten to a contract offer. Verified to be talking to the Dodgers, Blue Jays, and Red Sox. And then there's us. Seattle's rejected a deal for Brian Ruiz. Athletics have rejected a deal for Murdoch, Ojeda, and Davis. Shit. Okay. Back to the blocks. Anybody else? How are we looking for prospects here? Gregory Ojeda is still out there from the Athletics. Is there anybody left we can pair him with? Murdoch is still there. Eden Davis is still there. They need a third baseman. I'll give you Sabel and Ramos. You can have your choice. They need a center fielder. And they need a reliever. Give it Jordan Leisure as the reliever. I mean, Baldwin's really outperformed Acuna. Now we have Anderley there. He's not quite ready, but he's close. What if I just give you both of them? And then third base, take Ramos. What do you think? Take the deal, please. I want younger players. I want prospects. Please and thank you. Quintana on the Padres. Ooh, they're getting rid of Rodriguez. They're getting rid of McKinnon. Anybody else? Keaton McKee is not necessarily unavailable. He's probably a bit too good, though. Maybe. And then we do have Broadway there. They're not selling him, so we probably don't have the value to do it. But second base, Chase Madroth could definitely be used. Third base, Ramos. Left field, I can't really help there. So we'll go back to second base and say, hey, we got Gonzalez and we got Barry as well. Just take them all. Why don't you? Please. Please take them all. Hunter Green gets a 5-year, $30 million per contract with Minnesota. While Patrick Mitra, the closer, 82 overall at 23, has been traded. Okay, that's the first one where I'm like, huh. Yeah, the Guardians just absolutely fleeced the Rockies for a closer. Like, Johnny Messer's not bad. Maybe the Guards already have a closer. That's probably the worst trade I've seen so far. That is an A potential 23-year-old, 82 overall, getting traded for a C center fielder. I can't imagine there's much of a justification there to really be able to say, like, nah, it's a perfectly fine trade. Yeah, I mean, James Lloyd in center. And then they don't have a closer. If we look at the guards, and Cleveland definitely needed a better option there. And then center field, they have Chase DeLauder and Garrett Mitchell. Yeah, that one was a choice. Emperor, what's going on? Let's see. Our first kick at the can for Paul Skeens, huh? 9-year deal. I mean, he's only 27. Bring him down to 50% motivated. Moki, I've enjoyed it so far. I have enjoyed it. I mean, I doubt he takes this deal, but goddamn, if we could make that work, it'd be funny as hell. All right. Both trade offers rejected. I mean, obviously, we're trying to aim really high here, but let's keep trying. Something's got to give. One of these, you know what? Let's start from the bottom instead of the top then. It's like Jimmy Griffith on the Dodgers. What else can we pair him with? CJ Gold, George. Let's ignore Gold since he's not on the block. That's not helping our case at all. All right, so for you guys, you want pitching. So you can have yourselves a Jordan Leisure. And you can have yourselves a Connor McCullough, a Duncan Davitz, and even a, I was thinking a Yedek Sampaio. Yeah, even a Yedek Sampaio. Knock yourselves out. Just please take the deal. And then Boston with McCormick. They don't have Slater on the block. Who else, if anybody? Ward Crow. They do have Brady Turley on the block still. That could be nice. We've tried for him quite a few times now. Toglia's right there, Boston. If you want him. I need him to go. We can give you Brian Park, who's not that good. And we can give you Prelander Baroa. Let's make that happen. Let's make that happen. Please. All right, countered. So the Red Sox say we can have Turley and McCormick, but we also have to give up Luis Angel Acuna. To get beached again. We didn't get Rick beached again. Nobody insane yet, though. We've really only seen like one generational player, and we missed him because we're dumb. So Baroa, Park, have to give up the 34 home runs of Toglia, but it's worth it to open up space for a younger guy to develop. And then Acuna. I'm gonna take that. If they'll take that, I'll take that. Acuna can go, that's fine. Toglia obviously had a lot of power, but it's fine. We will take that deal from the Red Sox and get two really, really strong prospects back in that trade. And this is going to be Paul Skeens telling me to kick rocks, I'm sure. Yeah. I'll have to keep working on Skeens. You were trying to scare me off with that offer. I've lost motivation to sign with you. Whoops. Well, my bad. That's all right, Paul. We'll keep talking. Occasionally free agents if at your position, team need will talk. I am not interested in Taj Bradley. I am sorry. I want Paul Skeens on a 9-year deal for the cheapest I can get him. Please. He hasn't signed with anybody else. Why not us? And that trade offer is rejected. Damn. Let me save here because I feel like it's been a little bit, and we have pulled off some other deals. I don't remember if any of the other trades were still being worked on or not. All right. Jimmy Griffith on the Dodgers. CP always kills Bradley every time I've ever had him. Don't know if I'd say they've killed him, but he looked good. I just didn't want him. Now we got Turley in there. We can give up Vasil, Leisure, Paez, Davitz. Just try to clear out some extra cap. We'll see if the Dodgers take that deal. That'll be the only one that we start off with. Let's see. Did we manage to finesse Paul Skeens? Oh my God, we did. No way. We have finessed Paul Skeens. 9 years under $34 million per. Yes. He waited over a month and a half to sign. He didn't sign with any of the big names. We just finessed free agency to land Paul Skeens for $34 million per. Now, obviously, we do have to give up the compensation for the qualifying offer, but oh my God. What an absolute fleecing. Wow. I mean, yeah, it's January, man, and nobody signed him yet. So we just kind of snuck in there and took care of business, didn't we? As the Dodgers have again rejected our trade. Let's keep talking, but there he is. Paul Skeens is a White Sox. Imagine. Imagine. Holy shit, dude. I can't believe we just pulled that off. Now for him to fall off a cliff and be terrible. Leisure, Vasil. We'll even give up Christian Apor. Please. Keonis on Pittsburgh. Do you have anybody else that was on the block? Muhammad Burns. Anybody else? Laviolette we don't need. Okay, so 2 second basemen from Pittsburgh. You can have Zavala. Honestly, we could even just move out Baldwin, but he's got one more useful year here. Have Zavala. And then starters. Holy shit, that rotation now is insane. So Apor, Paez, Davitt. See if they take that deal. And we are going to save again. Because Paul Skeens is heading to Chicago. And not the team that you would expect. The potentials are way too low in franchise. I don't see too much of an issue with it so far. Beyond some individual cases. We got a counter for this deal. It's Burns and Keonis for Baldwin, Paez, Peguero, and Zavala. I will take that. Brooks Baldwin's been very good for us. But we do have someone younger ready to get that starting spot. So honestly, we will take that deal. That is accepted, Pittsburgh. Thank you very much for the prospects. And that will be another save. So, I mean, there's definitely been some guys like Toglia, who was a Rule 5 pick. Baldwin had been pretty good for us. But let's be honest, they weren't going to get us to where we wanted to be. It was time to cash out on them, get some new prospects that'll be the ones to sneak in and support the core that we're building now. Let's try one more time for Jimmy Griffith if we can. He and George Graham. Relievers, Vasil, Leisure. Clear out the cap of Miea. And then starter, Duncan Davitt. See if they take that. I doubt it. But we'll try. Brian Ruiz on Seattle. Any other prospects on the block right now? Not looking like it. So Ruiz, you say you need a shortstop. Lodius Vargas, Barrow. Plenty of shortstops there. And for a starter, not as sure. How's Alex Alberto? Just take a bunch of dudes off of my roster, please. Red Sox pick up Evan Carter for Caleb Durbin and Frank Bain. Frank Bain's a promising starter. Yeah, it's a center fielder for a third base. Yeah, it's fine. Trade rejected. Trade rejected. Fuck. I can just not get these dudes. We are going to keep trying relentlessly. But right now we are struggling and it's cutting into my road to the showtime. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, well, the game. Good thing I just saved because the game crashed. Well, we will finish up that off-season later then, won't we? The important thing to know is we pulled off some trades and Paul Skeens is heading to Chicago. And that is why we keep saving because, oh my God, it's a good thing we did. That is crash number 5. If I'm not mistaken. That is crash number 5. All right, let's go play some Road to the Show then, a little bit at least. Half an hour to an hour's worth to round out
I'm just trying to
the
walk
night.
through this fucking grass.
Got the J Dallas for the follow. Appreciate you hanging out. Again, we will be back on the franchise side of things tomorrow, but I do like to get my Road to the Show in there too. Lord knows for Diamond Dynasty, there are plenty of other people to watch in this directory, so that's not really my jam, you know? It's not really my jam. Oh, goodness. So many crashes. I feel like the game lags whenever that confetti trade screen pops up. Honestly, maybe. Maybe. All right, so last time out, we, well, got drafted by Tampa again, didn't we? That's what happens. At 18, we got drafted by Tampa in the 9th round. We went to Virginia for 4 years. And then we got drafted by Tampa in like the 3rd or 4th round. I think it was the 4th round. So, very Tampa-centric. We are in their AA affiliates with the Montgomery Biscuits with good old Wario, the thickest man alive. That boy be thick. And I need some practice swangs. I'm still messing around with the big box style over zone. Trying to figure out if I like it or not. Wario does have some biscuits on him. He looks like Chunk from Requiem. Whoops. I honestly can't even see that ball coming out of that dude's hand. There's no fucking batter's eye back there. Who designed this park, damn it? Who said no batter's eye is a good idea? Jesus. Trying to get me killed. Alright, we're making some contact. I feel okay. I feel okay. We only need a few practice swings. We're a professional here, you know? We're a professional. Alright. Let's do this. We got the Clingstones up next, but before that, plate vision. That's not too bad. Practice field. Some other points. Stealing. His stance is actually similar to a Super Mario one. I mean, I based him off of a picture, so that sounds about right. Oh, sweet. Give me some box jumping, baby. Ooh. Sorry, you can't get Bocus. Bocus? Ecom Bokums? Bonus tokens for that. Yeah, give me box jumping. We can get up to 12. Let's go. I need those tokens. God, he looks so normal. Well, except for his fucking face. Oh, shit, I did it in reverse order. Whoops, my bad. Nice jump, Wario. Good job. Hit the wrong button first. My bad. I'm rusty. You'll have to forgive me. Pitch recognition seems to be the easiest one for 15 tokens. Probably. This one's not too bad if I'm paying attention. I went too slow that time. Honestly, this reminds me of a fucking Mortal Kombat game from 20 years ago. I don't know if I'll hit gold on this one. I messed up twice. We will see. Was it 10 for gold? Nope, 9 for gold. There we go. We did it. Look at him go. I thought I hit B enough times. That was a confusing one with that many B presses. Wadio. Oh, there we go. We got 15. How do you like that? All right, number 4 in the lineup for the Biscuits of Montgomery. You just a hitter or two-way? We went just hitter again for the sake of time. For the sake of time.
Ward Rios making his AA home debut today. This crowd
It's our
is
home
ready to see
debut,
the
baby.
young prospect put on a show.
Oh, we're gonna put on a show,
It's the
all right. They're
Columbus
gonna call me
Clingstones and the Montgomery
Shohei.
Biscuits. Festivities are wrapping up. The home opener is up
'Cause-
next.
Yeah. Anyway.
So here's the cleanup hitter, Ward Rios.
Hedrick Hernandez. Good name. Alright, here we go. This is our time, baby. This is our time. Why is there no batter's eye?
That'll
Jesus.
back him up a bit.
Alright, this ballpark is atrocious. No batter's eye. No thank you. Give me hitting depth of field, please. There we go. We might be able to see the ball a smidge easier.
And that one almost got it. Certainly looks like
We
the
need to
pitcher's
chase
trying
this guy out of the
establish
game as soon as
inside
possible
part of the
because I
plate.
can't see the ball
These
coming out of his
hitters will
hand.
have to see that and adjust their approach. In the dirt, but blocked.
Looked like it was going to clip into the zone. Did I enjoy Requiem? I did. I did. It might be my favorite experience so far, to be honest.
The 2-1 pitch. And there's a ball.
Like I know like the
Boy,
3
the runner
remake
at first,
was
2
disappointing
out.
for a lot of people. I still enjoyed it for what it was. 2 remake was obviously the first one I had played,
Late with the swing
which
there.
was really
With
good.
the runner moving here,
The
the
4
batter
remake
has to
was
find a
also
way to
really
put
good,
something in the
but
net to bring him in.
the game kind of felt a bit long.
That one hit
Shit.
to right. And
So
that
tough to
is
see the
out
ball
number
coming
3.
out of his hand. As opposed to Requiem, which
Welcome
honestly
back.
left
Biscuits
me
at the dish.
wanting a
Bottom
little
of
bit
the
more, which is a good feeling to have. Now we need to get to play Dead Space. I don't know about that. Please drop foul, please. Thank you. I cannot see the ball coming out of this dude's hand. I should try bunting.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Great pitch to get a swing like that.
Fell off the face of the earth. Oh, I love not being able to
Here's
see.
0-2. Swing
Dude,
and
no, I'm not accepting that. The strikeout is fine because it's my fault. I cannot see the ball coming out of this dude's hands. So I'm going to count those as some practice swings because I cannot see the ball coming out of his goddamn hands. It doesn't exactly feel fair now, does it? If we mess it up the second time, that's fine. But especially, too, we have some double XP, and that is just not something we need to be messing around with right now. Hopefully this is just like the one stadium that doesn't have a batter's eye. I don't know why this one wouldn't, but it is not good. All right. Sounds like he's just a good pitcher. Yeah.
Hey,
A
everybody.
lot of-
It's Robert Flores.
Hello,
Welcome to
Robert
the show.
Flores. Be quiet. Can you change your home stadium? I'm going to try, because, yeah. I don't know if I can, though, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, if that's our home stadium, which it is, I am fucked. 'Cause, yeah, it's not even a damn road game for us. Wouldn't be in file management. Box controls, audio unlockables. I think I'm just screwed. It's in team, you can change it. It's in league. There we go. You were close. You were close. Thank God we can change out Franco Park, because oh my God. That is... Wait a minute. So, like, in the preview, though, there's a batter's eye. But in game, there wasn't. Figure that one out. Well, shit. Where the hell do we want to play here, then? I hit the bumper, so it's probably loading up created, so yeah. Where the hell do we want to play? What screams Montgomery? Probably not that. I couldn't tell you a goddamn thing about Montgomery, so... All I know is it doesn't look like that. Water Ridgefield. Let's go for that. Is there water in Montgomery? Who knows? But we just need to play in not that particular park. Oh, now we got to do the damn thing again. We'll see. That's my punishment, right? Is we got to do the damn thing again. Let's do some squats. He's got those beefy thighs, so we can do some squats here. I forgot if this was a button press one or not. Oh, okay, it's the bumper one. Hat. This is how we break bumpers. Let's go, big man. Get them squats in there. First you squat, then you deadlift. First you squat, then you deadlift. Squat, then deadlift. Just want to see if he'd kind of fall over at the end. Apparently not. All right, well, we still got our tokens. So that's good. Still got our tokens. All right. Let's see what we can do. Hopefully, I can actually see the goddamn point of release because the sun's not in my eyes.
And now the right fielder.
Okay, yeah, this will be much better. We'll actually be able to see now. Thank God.
1-0. Here's the pitch. There goes the runner. Ball
Hey! Damn it.
Second and safe.
Yeah, we're not
Right
going to
from the
challenge.
start
He
of
was
this
safe.
series, it's clear they're looking to be aggressive on the bases. That's one way.
Dynamic challenge. Go, Ward Rios. Dance the runner, driving a run. Well, if we get a base hit, we're probably driving in a run, so. Here we go. Now I have no excuses.
Ball one.
This one's in the dirt.
No excuses at
Nice job
all.
behind the plate there. Left-hander, the 1-0.
Yeah!
One out, runners at
How would I
first and
challenge
second.
that? That was obviously a strike.
Ball two.
This is a critical moment for this pitcher. With the runners on base, you have to be wise with where you put your
Yeah.
pitches. You could see some runs coming in. 2-1 now. Nice
that's
eye right
down.
there. Good job to let the low one
First
go
successful
there.
check
Homer
swing of the
Bush
year.
Jr. in the on-deck circle. And they're all loaded up.
Hey, we'll take a
And I'm
walk.
bit surprised he went to the
Guess I
off-speed
should have
there.
said
If it's a
advance the runner. We would have
fastball,
gotten
less
more
of a
points.
chance of walking him. Digging in for
Now
the biscuits.
batting,
Ward
catcher.
Back
Rios.
up again.
Walked
Thanks for that
and
OPS
run to score
increase.
the first time up.
And on base. Man, he was really trying to get that double play ball, wasn't he?
Right through there for a strike. No reason to jump at a strike from a pitcher who's struggling like this. Chances are you'll get another pitch to hit. the belt, kicks and delivers. Runner at first, one away.
Too late. I did not expect him to go after me with 2 straight fastballs after that last at bat.
That one ripped into right center.
Hard contact, but is it enough? Keep going, Linda!
And he makes an incredible catch. Wow. And we got to see him turn on the jets there and motor after that ball to track it
Yeah,
down.
nothing but
That's
pitches in the
always a fun
dirt and
kind
then
of
just
play to
3
watch.
straight pitches down the middle.
Runners on the corners and 2 out.
Will
Here's the
Verdung.
second
We have him on
baseman,
our
Will
roster.
Verdung.
At least we did.
Runner on the move. Strike in there.
Ah!
Throw and
Can't throw
safe.
anybody out, man.
That
That's
is
so
a
fast.
stolen base. This team knows the catcher doesn't have an elite arm, so they're doing
How
the smart
dare you?
thing
Of
to
course
test
I
it
have
here.
an elite
The
arm.
pitcher has to help the catcher by varying timing, stepping off, and breaking the runner's rhythm. Popped up. Hauls it in for the out.
I almost
And
screwed
there's
that
one
up.
down.
That was pretty close. I almost screwed that up badly.
To the top of the order we go. Next is the switch-hitting first baseman, Drew Compton. Here comes the 0-1. Here's a pop-up.
I
Rios
think we'll mess
under
around
it,
with this one this time. Thank you.
and makes the catch.
Get out of here, nerd. 3-run home run earlier? I don't think so. Not on my watch.
Back now for the bottom of the 6th, and there's a new pitcher on the mound, Lucas Braun. Second appearance of the season. Ward Rios getting ready to hit.
All right, Ward Rios, different pitcher this time. What's he going to do?
Movement in the bullpen. Darius Vines up and throwing. Nelson getting loose as well.
Take
The
that
0-1.
pitch. Damn. Just trying to defend the plate, man.
That's a clear overthrow by the pitcher. He's not trying to be that far outside the zone on 0-2.
Maybe he is, brother. He's
1-2
trying to get me
now.
to chase.
Pops
Underneath
it,
it.
up, foul
Keep
on the
going,
left
keep going,
side.
keep
McKay
going.
gets there
Shit.
under it. 1 up, 1 down. To the top of the order we go.
One for
And
2 with a
here's
walk.
Ward Rios.
Definitely going to be our last at bat of the game. We're getting pumped.
That one fouled off.
Too low. Was guessing fastball. When I saw it, I just went for it.
Fouled back our way, and that's out of play.
I'm trying too hard.
0-2 now. Up the middle.
Hey! Didn't deserve it, but we'll take a base hit.
Lead runner
Guess I don't
holds
feel
up
like I
there at
deserved it,
first
but we will
and
gladly
second
take a
with
first.
nobody out.
That's a
Timing
little
on
base
the
hit there.
swing was good. Able to shoot the
Little
ball
base
up the middle.
hitsky.
Didn't exactly square it up, but that's a good approach. Always nice to see a player at this level coming to the plate
Well,
with
we
a
lost
plan
11 to
and
4,
delivering
but
strong
you know,
results.
I had an
The
okay
team
game.
may have lost, but he held up his
1
end.
for 3 with a single and a walk. After going 1 for 5 the previous game with a RBI and a double. Not necessarily an RBI double. Average went up, 2-game hitting streak. Humble beginnings. Will I ever get back to the difficulty heights
Next
that
up
I
for the
once hit?
Biscuits, Ward
Probably not. I
Rios.
think I'm washed. Carlos Carrasco. Excuse me? Shit.
If he's
Sinker
gonna try
was
to
a
steal
rough
second,
one.
I'd expect it early in the count. The deeper into an at-bat you get, runner on the go. This one in for a strike. Throws off line.
Had to
and
let
he's
the
in
runner
there.
go.
With the kind of speed he's got, I think they
Had to let
expected
him
he'd try
go.
to steal with 2 outs, but he was
Oh,
still
fuck.
able
He
to
called
come
it a
for
strike,
second.
too. I should have
Nice base
challenged
run.
it. I thought it was good.
Not close with that one.
He's at like 40 at this point. Right, but like, he's still around.
Goes down on strikes and
Challenge, call stands. Fuck.
End of 1, and we're still scoreless.
That's just a really good sinker. Looks like it's going well inside and cuts back. Fair enough.
Runner at first with 1 gone.
Can't be mad.
Stepping to the plate for
Chadwick
Columbus,
Trump.
Chadwick Trump. 1-0, and the pitch.
All the
On go.
stars are
That's in for
here.
a strike.
Yeah.
Throw to second, and he's safe.
Damn it, dude. We could throw people out in high school.
Stepping to the plate now for Montgomery.
Can't throw anybody out anymore.
First at bat was a strikeout.
God, 4 straight sinkers last at bat.
Sliced hard, but foul down the left side.
And then that circle change.
The 0-1 offering. Runner on the move.
Holding off so the runner can go.
Throw bounces and he gets in safely with a steal. And now another base hit could even this one up. Not a huge arm behind home plate, so the base runner stood a good chance of getting that
Bozeman,
steal.
you know.
Factor in the big lead, and that's how you get that swipe. This
Just a bit too far underneath it. That'll advance the runner at least.
That advances the runner to third, but you have to think the batter wanted to get the RBI on that play.
Yeah, no shit, pal.
2 outs, runner on first base.
4 of 17
Coming
to
up
start
the
our
dish for
career. It's not
Montgomery
exactly this
or
high-flying
Rios.
start in a weak catcher system.
And foul ball.
Damn.
The 0-1. Runner on the go. Pitches in for a strike. Throws off line and he's in there. This is a
Unfortunately, they
classic
keep
steal
throwing
situation
strikes
with
on the
2 outs.
0-1,
If
but
he
we
can
are
come
getting,
out, the
you know,
batter will just
letting our
lead
teammate
off
get the
next
stolen
inning.
base.
But
We're being a
because
good
they
team
got the
player.
steal, he could knock in a run with a hit to the outfield.
Damn.
Can't come up with it.
Is that Wario or Duke
Not
from...
in time
Oh!
to get the out at first,
All right,
and
well.
we'll see how they score it. I
It's
think his
ruled an
mind
error.
was
At least we got
already
on
in the
base.
dugout
It's
on
Duke
that
from
play,
Resident Evil
but he
Village.
lost
Close enough.
focus, and the error prolongs the inning for the offense. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them. Manager out
least
of the
we're on
dugout.
base.
Time to make a change.
And that's it for Carrasco,
They turn
thankfully.
things over to the southpaw, Hayden
Hayden
Harris.
Harris, who is a
Plenty
lefty.
of game left as the starter didn't lack. Step off throw to first, dives back in, safe.
That's close. We definitely can't take 3 steps. We can only take 2 tops.
Back over to first. Throw skips in, can't handle it at second.
Okay. See if we can bait him into this free base.
Runner on the go. Pitch is low.
Let's go.
Steal.
Whew. 3rd stolen base of the campaign.
So
Not
two
bad.
down. Digging in at the dish for the Clingstones, Will Verdun.
He's a speedster.
And it's a pop-up. Rios.
Watch
under
out,
it.
Ricky Henderson.
Gets there.
That
Got it.
record's going to be mine.
A couple of runs in the inning put him ahead. Time to steps in. with a
Dynamic
chance to
challenge.
even this
Sammy, how
game
was the
or
rest of last night's
possibly
stream,
put
by the
them
way?
ahead.
Did you stick with Diamond Dynasty? I know you said you got like a bunch of cards early on. Cardinal cards. Get on base. We will try that because there's a good chance he'll walk me. Or try to fish for the walk or the ground ball. Anthony Molina.
Tying run at second base. You're in the bottom of the 7th, just past the stretch. In the dirt, but blocked. And
He's
the
really
runner
trying to
stays put.
fish to get me to hit it to the shortstop here. Get what I need done now. I can focus on the real mode.
Kicks
There
and
you go.
delivers.
Get over. Oh, the jump. Dang.
What a sensation.
So I will say I've had a lot of fun with franchise so far. We have had some
That's
crashing
into run for
issues. It's
sure.
crashed 5 times
Impressive
on me
stuff
so
for a
far.
minor leaguer.
We're trying to figure out what that specific
2 down
trigger is
and a
too, but
potential
I can't
go-ahead
quite
run
figure
in
it out.
Scoring position.
Call the pitch. Okay. High inside fastball.
Verdun.
Too
Makes
high.
a hit, takes ball 1.
How'd you get him to look so diabolical? I'm a magician, man. That's what I do.
That one
That is
fouled
what I
hard the
do.
other
We
way.
create monsters.
1-1 pitch now. Pops this up on the infield. Barrios under it. And that retires the side. 1 runner left aboard. Our score
What a
holds
man,
at
what a
5
man,
apiece.
what a man, what a mighty good man. Mighty, mighty good man. Yeah, Sammy, fingers crossed, right? God, we're 0 for 4 in this game, and that is just some bad luck in some of these regards. Drive in the winning run. Let's try that if we get us tokens. Darius Vines, huh? There it is. We saved our hit for the end. Look at the trudge. Look at the trudge.
They take the win in extra innings.
It's a walk-off, baby. The slow trot to first. He knew it was over. And the hit streak is alive at 3 games.
Made good contact and brought home the winning
We've
run.
seen a lot of
That's
first
fantastic
pitches
work.
just kind of drift back towards the middle of the plate, and we were ready this time. Rip his shirt. Tarps off.
It was a good game to start with, but then you add the walk-off, and he might not stop smiling all night. I hope he's feeling good. He deserves to.
A first career
6-5,
walk-off.
The final here today. A 1-run extra inning win. For our whole
Hell yeah.
outstanding crew here at the show, I'm Ben Gelman. We'll see you soon.
Ben Gelman. Yeah, we're trying to find our form. 1 for 5, RBI single, stolen base. We'll take it. I will say, you know what I kind of remembered? I haven't been the same at this game ever since they changed the perk system. When you used to just be able to be like, oh, fuck it, Diamond Dynasty, I'm going to just buy a diamond perk. I feel like we took advantage of those quite a bit. Gain a boost of contact late in the game while your team's losing. Like, there was, like, there were a couple that perfectly fit my batting style, especially, like, low
Rios
pitches.
Delivered some walk-off magic last game.
Or it's, like,
providing
specifically,
the
too,
clutch
like,
hit
the year
for
we
his
got
team.
drafted to Colorado,
All
our
eyes on
team
a
sucked,
promising
so I would
prospect
always
again
be,
today.
you know, bases empty. That one would
It's
help
the
a ton.
Columbus Clingstones and the Montgomery Biscuits. Here's the center fielder,
Right.
Kevin
Kilpatrick Jr.
Already 3 runs have scored this inning. Here in the top of the second. First offering, and the runner goes. This one in for a strike.
Hi.
Save a
Do
stolen
it.
base.
So embarrassed. We just can't gun anybody out. And now we have a boss challenge. Probably got stuff out, so we had a final play. Well, it's the way that that was being used. Like, people were... There was a whole thing about people using Road to the Show just to get stuff for Diamond Dynasty. It's, you know... There was a whole thing. Get on base. 2 tokens in a package. Hit a home run. +1 power. God damn. Well, there's no way we're hitting a home run. We haven't hit one yet this year, so let's just try to get on base against the ERA leader, Landon Hoppa.
Ward Rios, the leadoff batter, looks at ball 1. They've got the 3-run
Ward
lead, but they
Rios.
won't keep it if they don't keep pitching well and aggressively, too. The pitch.
Ball.
Not today, sir. When they used to be called the Clippers. Yeah. That might have been a different team, right?
This one is
Land,
labeled.
land, suck it! Oh, we did so well and didn't get rewarded.
Now at the dish, Chadwick Trump.
Fuck. Anyway, to answer your question about the Clingstones, it's different, right? Because AA versus triple.
On 0-1,
The Clippers still exist. Clingstones are with
Here's a
Atlanta,
pop-up.
and the
Rios
Clippers are
under it,
AAA, I think, for Cleveland.
and makes the catch.
Also, the Columbus Clippers of Columbus, Ohio, the Columbus Clingstones of Columbus, Georgia. Alright, another fight with this fucker. Get on base. Alright, same challenge. Guessing that would have been better to get underneath it.
Human adults have 32 teeth. At Sadie Marcus Dental, they asked, why not more? See how they can get you as many as 11 extra teeth with a free consultation.
Yep, that's
Proud
all.
Ooh,
sponsors
11
of
extra
this
teeth.
broadcast.
Eat your teeth.
2-0, here's the pitch.
Ah, I
Some real
wanted to check
confidence as he
there.
challenged the
I
batter
hit
with
the
a heater
button
on
so
2-0 there,
lightly and
got
it
the
still didn't
swing and a
check.
miss. For the hitter, he might be a little deflated after being late on that one. Fly ball, left field.
Now we're just
Take
laid
a look
another
as this
fucking
one
fly
sized
out
up.
against this guy.
Gets there,
Damn,
got
man.
it.
We should have had a 3-0 count there.
Now batting. Now batting. The catcher. Ward.
Nah, I mean, it's good. Sorry, the season just started, so. Bases loaded. Driving a run, driving a run. Bases loaded, 1 out, right? It's against a reliever, Taylor Scott. So, oh shit, I didn't want to ambush. Leave me alone.
Here's a fly to left.
Well, that'll at least bring in a run. That's
And
3
that's a
solid
good job
examples
done
of
running
contact,
tagging
though,
from
and I just
third.
haven't gotten a hit.
He's in to score
The
on a
stats are
sac
so low.
fly, and they
We'll
cut
take
the
an
lead to
RBI at
2.
least.
I'm sure he's not thrilled about letting in a run, but he'll take the sac fly over a hit with the
Peach,
bases
let's
loaded
see.
in a
Let's
high
go
leverage
back.
spot.
Peach,
Now we'll see if he
I
can
guess.
escape without
That'd
further
be my
damage.
thought. I don't know.
Rios steps in looking
Ah,
to be
yes, the
rally
Clingstone
start.
fruit,
This
like,
could
sure.
be the inning that flips this game.
Sean Reed Foley. Oh my god, the Clingstones are just a who's that of baseball. The real remember hims?
Tried to check the swing, appeal to third.
Thank you.
No swing, just held it back there.
He was correct, too. A successful check swing.
And the tying run's at the plate.
Ball 2.
We named our fish after you. Hell yeah. Having a fish named Wario? That's badass. Oh, challenge. 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 That is not a strike. That is not a strike. Screw you. Yeah, not today, pal. Not today. Someone's on the fucking Columbus payroll.
Got both of their challenges.
Not today, pal.
Tying run waits at the plate. Ball 4.
Thank you for the walk.
Tying run is on
Hit
base.
streak dies, but we'll take the
Pitch
walk.
They're good discipline by the batter, making him come into the.
Any of various stone fruits, such as peaches or plums, with flesh that adheres strongly to the pit. Well, there you go. So yes, a peach is a clingstone.
He's capable of giving them more than he did today. Nothing too bad, but nothing great either. And they may have needed great to get the win.
0 for 2, sack fly, a walk, an RBI. Our OPS is under 6. God, remember when I wasn't washed? Batting average is at a 227. God damn. Gonna keep grinding to get these attributes up, man, because we
So
are not
up
exactly
next,
taking the
Luke
league by
Waddell.
storm.
Luke Waddell.
Luke Waddell.
Runner on the move. That's in for a strike.
Yeah! Hey! How shit must you be? You just got thrown out.
Aggressive approach on the bases.
Fucking hell,
Now
we
that they've
finally
been
got
caught,
somebody.
I wonder if they'll shift tactics
We
going
finally
forward.
got somebody. Not today, fucker. Not today. That's embarrassing.
Rios
You wanted to be named
steps
after
in.
a fish. What type
Not
of
an
fish?
easy at bat here. Young arm, nasty stuff and zero fear.
A shark. Sharks are fishes, right? Get on base. Hit a double or just get on base. We gotta take the bare minimums here. J.R. Ritchie and Sons. That would have been a fucking strike on Torf at 6'10".
Swing, high fly ball.
Damn
center
good
field.
contact.
It's pretty deep.
Damn good, and it doesn't matter. Oh, I want higher attributes.
Runner at first,
Now
nobody
batting,
out.
The catcher. Ward. Rios.
We hit the piss out of that. It didn't matter.
Many exotic pet dealers don't give you the whole story on the animal
Was
you're
not
buying.
expecting the
At
meatball.
Reginald Horger's alpaca farms, they'll never pull the wool over your eyes. Come see why they're the top alpaca dealers
Early.
in the country today. Once again, he's ahead 0-2, and he's got the power in this at bat. 0-2 rocks and fires. And a curve misses
Outside.
outside.
That'd be a hit for Mario, it's true. Let's go, Wario. I agree. I agree. Let's go, me. Otherwise, I'll switch it to Waluigi in the middle of the challenge.
1-2, here's the pitch. Swing in a high fly ball.
Please,
Sailing
please,
towards left center
please,
field.
please. No.
Snags it on the warning track.
Oh my
Cover a
God,
lot of
how
ground
many
there. That's
close
why
calls
those
can
are
we
strong
have?
batting practice, getting reads speeds on the ball as it comes off the bat. Even a quarter
God
second's hesitation
damn,
can
we're
cost you in the game.
playing well in terms of the contact we're making.
It's a pop-up.
But it's just we don't have the attributes
And there's one away.
to get these balls to land.
The batter, the catcher.
We are hitting the hell out of it tonight. It just doesn't matter.
Bottom half of the fifth, and
2
the
for
Biscuits
12 in this
batting.
series. 2 RBI. Got 2 flyouts in this one. Lucas Braun, what do you got for us? Hey, we finally got a hit. We finally got a hit. How shit must you be? You gave up a hit.
Couldn't have
Finally
done
something
any better than
lands.
that. As soon as that ball left off the bat,
Titus
he had
O'Neil.
extra bases on his mind. And with the ball going to the opposite
Jesus.
field, he had a great view of the play. So he made
It
the
wasn't
right
quite a
call,
perfect, but
hustled
it's as
for the
close as
double.
it can be. I do wonder if I was playing on zone if I'd be doing better or worse. But like I said, I really wanted
So
to give this
runner
new
aboard,
hitting an
and
honest,
next the
an honest try.
Next up for the Biscuits.
Bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. Oh boy. Against Lucas Braun one more time, huh?
That's a great approach with the
I'm gonna
bases
challenge
loaded.
that.
He did well to get a strike and get ahead in the count. He thought that was a ball, and he'll challenge. And the strike
Yep.
call will stand.
It was worth
One
the
challenge
shot.
remaining
I'm
for
glad I
him
didn't
now.
swing at it though, because I was very close to doing that. I think it would have been an easy foul.
In the air to left center.
Come on, come
and
on,
it's into
land,
the gap.
land ho, baby!
2 runs across.
Finally! Getting results, a bases emptying double.
Lead. Bases loaded, and he drives them
Woo!
all in.
Finally.
That one with a
Man,
really
left
nice
center.
all-around swing, and he hit it pretty deep before it fell
We
in.
love the doubles to left center today.
Here comes the
It's
skipper
about
out of the
damn
gap, looks ready to make the
time.
move. Lucas Braun won't go any further. Responsible
It's
for the runner on
about
second,
damn
so the ball
time.
isn't quite
We
closed
really
yet.
do need to
We'll be
add
right
that
back.
LeBron clip, don't we? God damn.
So they turn things over to the righty. And
Yeah, we're not going to bother stealing third. We're not fast enough. And we win 8-0. Let's go.
huge effort at the dish.
He's
I
so
hope he
tall.
savors this game. Performances like this don't happen every day.
I wish they did. Why can't performances like this happen every day? 2 doubles, 3 RBI. 4 for 14 in the series, 2 doubles, 5 RBIs. OPS is back up over 7. All right. Does this mean Wario gets to play for Italy in the WBC? I don't think they've implemented the WBC into Road to the Show, which if they haven't, that needs to happen like next year, bare minimum.
Bottom half of inning number
Like
2,
the high school
and
stuff
at the
is cool, the
switch
college
catcher,
stuff was
Ward
further fleshed
Rios.
out. That's really cool. You can debate the risk of losing 3 to 4 years of eligibility for it, but it's still cool. Yeah, World Baseball Classic, definitely. If it's not in, needs to be
Ground ball up the middle,
in.
gloves it.
I got greedy.
Play is made, 1 gone.
I thought I could turn on that one. I did not.
Back to the
I had
top
good
of the order
timing.
here.
It was just
Next
too low.
is the designated hitter, number 14. 3-1 pitch. And pops it up.
The hell are you swinging at,
Rios
champ?
Settles under this one. And makes
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
catch.
You try. You try to take third. You won't.
Now batting, the right fielder, Patrick.
2 outs and a runner in scoring position.
Here we go. I was doing a good job of not first pitch swinging, but that curveball fooled me.
A frozen rope. And that is
Damn.
out number 3.
Well, more credit for hard contact. I mean, if we're going to be
2 runs for
out,
'em,
at
and
least
they
get
jump
those
ahead.
points for good contact, right?
Coming up to the
Now
dish for
batting,
Columbus,
third
David
baseman,
McCabe.
David McCabe.
David
There goes the runner.
McCabe.
For a strike.
Wham.
Throw safe. Not a ton of offense
Hard
in
to
this
throw,
one. Ball
though. That's
doesn't seem to be
good.
Carrying, so they might as well try.
I like
and
the
generate some
oven mitts
offense
for the
with stolen
Klingstones,
base.
though.
I like that call.
Very peachy. Kyle Nelson, slider, fastball, cutter.
Fly ball, right field.
Solid contact. Not
And
enough.
there's one down.
That's
good
a home run
cover
with
should
Torf.
save you money, not cost you
I'm just
more.
saying.
That's why Crazy
That's a
Owl's
home run with
CBAs offer
Torf.
a price-beating guarantee. If you think you can find a lower price and better refund for
Patrick
your tax
Lahisi.
return, you're crazier than Al. And the tying runs at the plate.
Pop up.
And it's a pop-up. There's one down.
Now batting, the second baseman, Will.
All set to start the
Chadwick?
ninth inning in this
I'm
one.
just trying to walk through this fucking grass.
Not J Will. Thank you for the follow, because if you were J Will, I'd have to tell you to go
Here's a
away.
pop-up. Rios gets under.
What's going on? Thank you for the follow.
One up, one down. Tough to get more efficient than
Will we
that.
get one more chance? No, we will not. This game is over. All right.
You might catch him
Not our
looking a
best game.
little frustrated heading back to
I
the
mean, we're seeing the
clubhouse,
ball
even
well.
though
It's
they
just
got
with
the
our
win.
attributes being this low, right? Like, we just started our first season. We're not always going to get the end results that we want, but we're still playing well. That's the important thing. Get 2 more tokens out of that. That's not bad. Just keep grinding. Well, I don't at least hit AAA by the end of the
right
season, but I don't know if we
fielder,
will.
number 15.
Patrick Clohisi. He's going to steal.
Runner on the go. Pitch misses.
Yeah!
Throw
Oh,
safe.
55 speed, and he's
That's an
still...
impressive bit of work.
Challenge it.
Picks up
Call
the single,
stands.
then
Damn it.
steals
Was worth a
second
shot.
to reach scoring position. It's
All
effectively
right.
a
Herrick
first inning
Hernandez
double,
again.
and he set the team up for success here. Ward
Nope.
Rios in now, takes ball 1
Nope.
off the plate. Fouled off down the right side.
Ah, late decision. It was a miss anyway.
2 outs and nobody aboard.
Bang. Let's go. Do we have the pace for 2? He's sending me. He's sending me. Ugh.
Afternoon off right with a double. That's a swing to be proud of for sure. That ball was
Let's go, baby.
the bat. Pretty clear early on in that
Whew.
one that he was looking at extra bases.
Perfectly down that
Digging
left
in
field
for the
line. Let's
biscuits.
go. Dude, we are a double machine. Which has happened to me
Back
a
to the top
lot
of the
in
order.
Road to the Show,
Next to
just
hit
being
for
a
the
double
Cornerstones,
machine.
Douglas Glod.
We've still yet to hit our first career home run. This guy has 16 steal. Okay, good. He's not going.
Bunting, and it's right in front of the plate.
Eh.
Throw to first. in
Got him.
time. They thwart the bunt attempt, and the inning is over. They get a
No bunting for you, champ.
one down. And now the right fielder. And he's got really good wheels. One of those skills you really
Patrick
can't teach.
Clohisi.
The 0-1.
You
In
blew
the
it.
air on the infield.
You blew it. You suck, Patrick.
2 down. Here's the catcher.
Alright.
Rios.
5
Cracked
hits
double
in
the
this
first
series.
time.
3 of them have been doubles.
This one in the air to right.
Bit too
Coming
far
in on
underneath it.
Gets
Yeah.
there. Got it.
Damn.
1-run game, 1
Right.
on and 1 out.
Hernandez is still in, huh?
Swing chases that one in the
that
dirt.
dipped.
He's done well to get these hitters chasing.
Yeah,
at
Moki, I've
pitches
definitely been
outside
training
the
up
zone.
speed,
They've gotta
power,
be a bit more
contact. You know,
patient
we've
and
been
make him
foregoing
come into the strike zone if they wanna
defense,
get
even
him.
though it would be nice to be
Way
able to
inside.
gun a few more people out at second for the points, but trying to get the batting there first.
Hit
Land.
hard for a base hit.
There we go.
Lead runner turns at second. The throw to
Stay, because we
third.
might be able to get the steal.
And he's safe. So it's first and third
Whew.
with one
All right,
down.
we'll take a single.
Not much to
Any
quibble
base
with
hit
on
right now
that
is a good one.
He had everything going in the right direction.
Any
Barreled it up for a
time we
liner
can
in
get
the
on
center.
base, I'm
Nice
not
rip.
complaining.
And now a chance to tie the game up, making this a crucial at bat. Here comes the manager out of the dugout. New
All right,
pitcher
new
now,
pitcher, Kyle Nelson. He's a lefty.
Ryan Valade will hit next. 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. And
I thought
that's
for sure he was
outside.
sending it.
And that's ball 1. Pitch runner breaking for second. There's
Oh,
a
he's got a
ball.
quick release. Safe!
Bounces safe.
Catcher bobbled it, I think.
So now it's
Pitcher
the
got there
four-hole hitter,
fast.
Ward Rios. This chance at some
Bottom of the
insurance
seventh,
runs is
2
brought
on,
to you
1
by
out.
Mutual Consolidated Cow
We
Insurance.
got a single and a
They'll
double
always
in this
steer
game.
you in the right direction.
Taylor Scott. Taylor with an E.
Backed off the plate that time. Not the way you want to start a relief appearance. Maybe
Right.
the difference between the bullpen and the mound is the culprit here. In the air to left.
Land, land, land.
And that is a foul ball.
I botched that completely. I just needed to make sure we got another chance. If that was caught foul, I would have been so sad.
1-1. Here's the pitch. In the air to left center.
Left center, left center, left center. Another
Extra bases.
double to left center. He's unbelievable.
Another scores. 2 runs come in on the play.
Goodness gracious.
Picks himself
There's a
up
Ty
couple
Lure
of
with an
ribbies.
yeah.
And one thing to notice here, he didn't fly open and
My
overswing.
buddies and I back in
Instead, he stayed back long enough to
2012
drive
went to an
that
indie
one the
wrestling
opposite
show.
way. That's what made
My
the
buddy
double
Tyler,
possible.
spelled as you would expect,
now the
got
first
an
baseman.
autograph signed by a wrestler who spelled it Tylar with an A.
Ward Rios, the next to hit.
3 for 4, 2
An
doubles and a
impressive showing
single.
of
We have
a
beaten the
fierce
hell out of
rivalry
Columbus
match.
in this
You
one.
have to think the manager is pleased with that.
Lucas Braun, one more time. Too low. Be better. Be better.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Can't be swinging at pitches
fooled
that
me
low,
badly on that changeup, though.
particularly in a double play situation like this.
Shit.
That's off the mark, and it's 1-2.
Well, I want to adjust the camera for a slight tilt further down. It's a little bit tough to tell how low some of these pitches are.
Ball 2.
Still just 1 out here in the inning. In the air to the right,
Bit too much underneath it. Yeah, it was a ball, technically.
and there's
Damn.
2 away.
Just trying to defend the
Just
plate.
missed that one a bit. A half
Now
inch
batting,
closer to the
first
sweet
baseman.
spot, and it might have gotten down for a
Still a
hit.
damn good game for us. That was our best game yet.
Really
We
stood
actually
out
got
in
some
this
results.
3 hits and a couple of runs
Which
knocked
we
in. He was a
desperately
difference maker
needed.
for them in this one. Nice effort to contribute to the win.
Desperately. That one's for Tyler. Yeah, 0 home runs, 8 RBI. Will we ever turn into the power hitter we dream to be? Probably not. At this rate, probably not. My God. Oh, sweet. We got a pack. Hell yeah. God, 6 game sets at a time are pretty rough, though. All right. Tools. We got 45 points to put on here. Definitely go more into power. A little bit more into speed. Yeah, let's go for it. 58 overall now. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Not too bad. I don't think there's really anything else we can do. Well, we can save, just in case. I was going to say, I think that's all we have for our points and such. For our points and such. If I go into practice here, I should be able to fix that camera as I wanted to. Okay, there we go. So settings, camera. Custom strike zone 2, edit camera. Pitching interface I don't care about, man. Just okay. Just undo. That's way too low. All right, we are as low pitched as we can be. So what if we just go down a smidge more? It's not looking like. Yeah, that might be better. Not that big of a change, but just enough. We go even lower. smidge lower. Might be a little bit more difficult to read those high pitches, but it does really accentuate the pudginess. It's kind of like an old school pool hole stance, but with like a with respect to pudge. He's got some pudge, you know. Right down the middle. Yeah, I feel pretty good about this. All right, hold on. Reset. Practice type. Pitch location. Only give me highs or lows just so I can see what those look like. Just to make sure I kind of have this the way I want it. Yeah, I definitely would have swung at that, by the way, because holy shit, that was a crazy sinker. Hopefully I would have laid off of that one. I don't know for sure. One more look. Okay. Yeah, this might work. We got to keep experimenting around, of course. Speaking of experimentation, I don't really have a segue. I got to be honest. I don't really have a segue. So, what we're going to do is say that is it for tonight, my sweet, beautiful people, because I got some stuff I have to do. But I do want to thank you all for hanging out. This has been a lot of fun. And again, it's going to be a lot of baseball over the next little bit. On the YouTube side of things, there's a video coming out today. If you're not a channel member, that'll be out in about 11 hours. So I think it's scheduled for 3 p.m. Eastern, might be 2. And on the Twitch side of things, we're going to go say hello to Sid, who is streaming some WWE 2K26, which is what I'd probably be doing if baseball didn't come out, because I'm a lot more excited for this. And also make sure to go follow Sammy on Twitter. Twitch. Follow him on Twitter, too. I don't even think he uses Twitter anymore. Do you, Sammy? I don't. You know what? Why am I asking? What difference does the answer make? Good night, everybody. Follow Sammy on Twitter.